Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go
Fixerbot
live, you know
says.
what I mean. Got
Welcome.
high
Stream starts in 5
expectations,
minutes.
gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the
Potatops says. Colon D.
Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream
Fixit
of
says.
knowledge.
Fixit 42 Wave. Fixerbot says.
T minus 4 minutes.
Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations, gonna teach you something new. Learning, hacking, exploring, there's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode. Welcome to my stream where the fire of knowledge burns bright. Chat with me, let's embark on this journey of delight. From the basics to superpowers, we'll learn and grow in this stream of knowledge. Together we'll grow. Welcome to my stream, where knowledge reigns supreme. Calm and collected, I'm about to go live, you know what I mean. Got high expectations.
Stream about to start. 1 minute left.
Something new, learning, hacking, exploring. There's so much we can do. Feel the excitement as we dive into uncharted lands. New discoveries await in this digital wonderland. Together we'll unravel the secrets, unlock the code. No limits, no boundaries, no knowledge will explode.
morning. So, I've been messing about with my OBS. Let's see, I need this up a bit so I can actually see things. There. Oh, as usual, sweaty from the shower. But today is actually a red day in Sweden, so I've been sleeping in the morning. I was up with my kid kind of late, so I thought, well, it's time for me to sleep in. So that's why I'm late, because I woke up like an hour ago, less than an hour ago. Which is in the middle of the day. Well, sometimes, you know, you need to catch up on the sleep. Let's just see my breakfast here. Well, lunch actually, I guess, right? So I'm just checking that my kid, no, I had not gotten the Epic free games for one of my kids. Well, that's odd. I usually do them all at the same time, and I checked one of my kids, and yeah, maybe his dad got them for him, like, just clicking a few buttons, you know, free. So, well, I can show you what I'm doing. So, this one was free, and there's another one. Yeah, probably, his dad got it for him, the other one. So that's why. So I get all of the free games unless they're, you know, not suitable for a 13 and 16-year-old. But most are, so. There's no reason why not when they're free, so. There. Yeah, it must have been my hubby getting it for the other one, because as I said, that's kind of how I keep track of it. She did a bit of way to keep track of it, right? Alright, my mic, sorry, my mic was all over the other side of the table. I've totally skipped the getting everything ready thing, right? Anyway, we started with this one. It looks like it was a tiny bit, but I think it was a bit more than that. What? No, I don't think I'm done with the last one. Did I finish this one? Yeah, apparently. Alright, I remember it now. Okay, yeah, we finished this one. So, I guess that the tiny bit done on this one is that I actually clicked the last one yesterday, not to lose the streak, since I was doing other stuff on the stream. Yeah, so let's start from the top. I could have just clicked the first one, I guess. So, no, nothing to start here. Just listing that it's one of the series. And an image that we've seen already, right? In the last room. In Nmap, first it's called Nmap Advanced Port Scans now. Ah, right. I didn't change the stream title, did I? Let's see what it says. Okay, sorry if someone hopping in here for on streaming. I think that I won't continue that. I could though, but I'll actually copy the name of this and I'll put it here, and let's add learning. Oh, Wiki Desktop. I'll skip it there. Try me.com. Sorry. Oh. So I actually did a test stream yesterday, kinda late. Well, this morning, I guess. Since I was up with my kid anyway. On the other channel, just playing a mobile game on stream, and it was horrible. It was really, I'll never do that again. And it was just boring, you know. That game I usually played because, you know, I had to wait for a bit. So let's. But it's not really. It doesn't have a purpose. There's nothing much to do but to merge things. It's the merge garden one. So it's very slow and boring. So if I am going to play a game on stream, it will be something more fun than that. Maybe better to learn something, but I'm kind of thinking when it's past midnight and you're not in top shape from it actually being past midnight. So, alright, I know why I had it like that. Learn advanced techniques such as null, fin, Xmas, and idle zombie scans. Spoofing, and in addition to FW and IDS evasion. So firewall. Sorry, as I said, I just woke up, so got a bit of asthma stuff in my throat, I guess. We cover TCP flags and FU3 TCP three-way handshake. To initiate a connection, TCP requires the first package to have a SYN flag set. Consequently, we can tell if the TCP port is open based on the response we receive. Security researcher and hacker contemplated the TCP flags shown in the figure below and examined the previous room and started to experiment. They wanted to know what would happen if we send a TCP packet which is not part of the ongoing TCP connection with one or more flags set. Oh yeah, they were talking about Christmas and things there, right? For instance, the X flag is set when you want to acknowledge received data. An X scan is like trying to acknowledge data that was neither sent nor received in the first place. Consider this simple analog. It's so basic, I'm going sad here. Someone coming to you out of nowhere and saying, "Yes, I hear you, please continue," when you haven't said anything. This room explains advanced types of scans and scan options. Some of these scan types can be useful against specific systems, while others are useful in particular network setups. We will cover the following types of port scans. Yeah, null, fin, Xmas. I'm not sure I've heard about Maimon. Mac, Windows, Custom. Moreover, we will cover the following: spoofing IP, Mac, decoy scan, fragmented packets, idle zombie scan. We can discuss options and techniques to evade firewalls and IDS systems. We will also cover to get more verbose details from Nmap. Maybe I should have eaten before I started the stream, but I was so late already, you know? I'm supposed to start at 13. Also, I'm thinking tomorrow, tomorrow or in the weekend, one of the days, I will probably do like a birthday stream, and I'm thinking of doing the robot arm thing that we've been just like pausing because of studying, or some other electronic things. We'll see. Maybe we'll start with the robot arm and see where we go from there. So probably the robot arm tomorrow, and maybe I'll do a longer like birthday stream in the weekend. We'll see. So, let's start that. And let's also start the VM. I'm curious which VM would actually be the best, but I guess I'll do my normal Kali for everything, though we have another one now too, to test the communication after the file copy program we're making. Right. I haven't even started my Switch Screens phone app. So let's do that. So annoying to have like slamming your throat when you're trying to do stuff. Like talking. I'll be able to switch screens soon. I'm just logging into Kali. And there we have the, so I can switch. Maybe I'm so allergic because I'm born at this time with a lot of pollen. I don't know. Darn allergies. Let's start with the following. Okay, I'm sure these have been in rooms before. I'm sure. So I think we can see this without clicking. But let's also open the notes. And here, because I was making notes on the previous Nmap room. So we have this for scanning a network, and then we have this for starting to scanning port like normally, right? And this is details from that room too. So let's do like more advanced scans or something. Since that's the structure of the rooms, it's kind of nice to have it a structure here too. Well, maybe I should check how I spell stuff. So, these are my older notes. So everything started, except me that needs a bit more food. So, null scan. The null scan does not set off any flag. All flag bits are set to 0. You can use this scan using the SN option. A TCP packet with no flag set will not trigger any response when it reaches an open port, as shown in the figure below. Therefore, from Nmap's perspective, a lack of reply in a null scan indicates either the port is open or a firewall is blocking the packet. However, we expect the target server to respond with a RST packet if the port is closed. Consequently, we can use the lack of RST response to figure out the ports that are closed, open, or filtered. Are not closed, open, or filtered. Below is an example of a null scan. So I'm thinking, let's make notes on this because that's all there is. So we have SN, and these notes are going a bit long, I know. This is more like learning than the useful commands, so I'll probably put useful commands on top, though it's kind of rare to hop in here, right, into Nmap notes, because you have it all in your history if you need help. It would be fun to actually use these more advanced things sometime, and it being useful, right? So first I had so remembering the format. First, what it is, this is a null scan. No flag set. Will get no reply from an open port. But a RST from a closed one. No reply equals open filtered. There. So maybe I should have this as a start. Well, it's not that long to read, right? And then we want an example. So let's take this one and hope that copy works. It did. So we get open filtered on these. When we do the scan, note that many Nmap options require root privileges. Unless you're running Nmap as root, you need to use sudo as in. Yeah, and I'm thinking we need this for all of these, right? So I'm adding to the header sudo rec. Then we have the fin scan. The fin scan sends a TCP packet. Let me start the notes at once. Fin scan. With a fin flag set, which is kind of obvious, right? You can choose this type of using the SF function. Similarly, no response will be sent if the TCP port is open. Again, Nmap cannot be sure if the port is open or if a firewall is blocking the traffic related to this port. However, the target system would respond if the port is closed. Consequently, of course, we will be able to know which ports are closed and use the knowledge to infer the ports that are open or filtered. It's worth noting that some firewalls will silently drop the traffic without sending RST. Yeah, so what I'm thinking is, yeah, they sending RST ACK. So I just said RST because they are saying that in the text. Maybe I should add RST ACK to the other note, and then we'll just simply copy this bit. Okay, since it's the same, right? Below is an example of a fin scan against a Linux server. The result is quite similar to the result we obtained earlier using a null scan. I'm kinda a bit annoyed at these rooms because it's just a help file, you know? And I'm starting to think, should I even put this in my notes? Or should I just ignore these and continue with something else? Or just quickly go through them and don't even read it, you know? We'll see. Well, I guess it's not that, it won't take that long. Xmas scan. So, again, I'm starting the notes at once, so it doesn't take much time less, so. Xmas scan. And it's the Xmas scan gets its file after the Christmas tree lights, and Xmas scan sets the fin, sets fin PSH and urgent flags. I'm just changing how I wrote it. Flags set there. You can select XMS scan with the option SX, like the null scan and fin scan. If an RST packet is received, it means the port is closed. Otherwise, it is reported as open filtered. The following two figures shows the case where the TCP port is open and closed. So we get RST ACK again, meaning we can copy the same node, making sure you're not on the node page because it's kind of unimportant to see me copying something, right? Then we copy this and we have the same kind of output again, right? Does it say anything about... I mean, it's just the same thing. So they could have just put these in a block, but I guess it's good for someone who's never even heard of these to have them separated. So just, I'm not switching back and forth between the nodes, but they look like this now with these three. Almost the same, all of them. One scenario where these three scan types can be efficient is when scanning a target behind a stateless, non-stateful firewall. A stateless firewall will check the incoming packet has the SYN flag set to detect a connection attempt. Using a flag combination that does not match the SYN packet makes it possible to activate the firewall and reach the system behind it. However, a stateful firewall will practically block all such crafted packets and render the scan useless. And it's because there's not a connection ongoing, I assume. How many flags are set to what in a null scan? In a fin scan, how many flags? In an XMS scan, how many flags? Start the VM and load the attack box. Once both are ready, open the terminal on the attack box and use Nmap to launch a fin scan against the target VM. How many ports appear to be open filtered? Okay, so let's go to the VM and we need to start the VPN. There. I'm typing before it's there, that's useless. So, let's just see. We were supposed to do fin scan, right? And checking, it's SF. So, dash SF. No, typing in the wrong spot. SF. And the IP is 10.217.174. And the people, you're welcome to talk to me. Everybody being quiet. So, of course, we need sudo. And there. Let's see how many ports. Thank you so much, Digital Warhead. Thank you. Thank you very much. So, how many ports? 7. Oh, and you've been subscribing for 3 months. That's so kind of you. Thank you. And I can't really realize, was it that long? Was it that long ago? I know I've been streaming for longer, but I started streaming a bit more lately, right? You know. So let's just give it the response here it wants in the and try hack me 7. Repeat your scan, launching a null scan against the target VM. How many ports?
D-Dub says,
Good morning. I haven't been on Twitch lately, but your streams are so early for me. 5 a.m.
yeah.
here.
Oh my god, it's 5 a.m. It's afternoon for me, you know. Alright, so that's why you're awake late there. Because it's 14 already. That's quite a huge time difference. I've been thinking about that I should do some streams later. Then, because I'm doing morning sometimes, and then you're definitely asleep, right? And I expect most Americans will be sleeping at those hours. But these afternoon streams are kind of like in the middle, and I usually go a bit longer than 17. That's the scheduled end time, but still it's kind of early for you still, right? And I'm not streaming in the weekends usually. I'm thinking maybe I should like schedule one of the streams like later instead. We'll see. I'll have to do something later at least, right? I'll have to do that. So let's do the null scan too. And I think it's actually shorter to just scroll up here to confirm. So null scan is N. Surprisingly, or not surprisingly.
I work at 6 a.m., so I'm just getting ready to head out the door.
Okay, yeah. That's an early start of the day anyway, 6 a.m. So have a great day at work, and I hope to see more of you, Ed. I hope to see more of you. So what do you do at work if you have time?
It is early, but it's nice getting off work at 14:30.
Right, that's nice. You have all of the day almost there. As I woke up at like 12:45 today. That's crazy, right? But it's already
I manage a
day off.
P25 radio network.
Okay. Oh, so that doesn't tell me much. P25 radio network. Tell me more. If you have the time, of course. If you have to run to work, I get it. But maybe you just woke up. So we have... Let's just see that there are the same ports. And they are. So we have 7 again as a reply to the question. Then we have the one I had not heard about, at least that I remember, Maimon scan. Uriel Maimon first described the scan in 1996. In the scan, the fin and ACK bits are set. The target should send a RST package as a response. However, certain BSD-derived systems drop the packet if there is an open port, exposing the open ports. Okay, this scan won't work on most targets encountered in modern networks. However, we include it in this room to better understand the port scanning mechanism and the hacking mindset. So that's kind of why I haven't heard of it then, right?
P25 is a standard for public safety radio networks. It's been around for a while but mandated in the US after 9/11 due to all the responding agencies not being able to communicate with each other.
Oh, okay.
Web link.
Okay. Oh, cool. Thank you for teaching me. So, standard for public safety radio networks. And here it says, interoperable digital two-way radio products. P25 was developed by public safety professionals in North America. This game acceptable for public safety, security, public service, commercial applications worldwide. So then it's kind of new. Cool. Cool to maintain such a thing. So it's supposed to work everywhere, right? So you have a lot of... How does it work practically? What do you do in your workday if you have time? If you don't have time, it's fine. I'll just read more. So, it sounds very cool. P25 compliant technology is being deployed over 2 main phases. For future phases and yet to be finalized. And we have a thing here, or radio, I guess you call it, right? Antenna.
I wish I had more time, but I'm just
Yeah.
heading out now.
Yeah.
It's multiple sites
Thanks.
connected across a large geographic area that all communicate with each other. If other agencies need to jump on our network, we can do so.
Cool, very cool. And I guess the range must be kind of good, right? It's probably in here. But thank you. I won't ask any more questions, Digital. And hope to see you soon. And have a great day at work. So I can just search it.
Okay, bye. Have a great one.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks. Bye bye. You got something new for me to learn here. So, I think that was the only mention of range, though that's probably not that. Encryption. I won't. I will continue the room and I'll read this later because it's very interesting. So let's continue reading. Most target systems respond with a RST packet regardless of whether the TCP port is open. Yeah, in such case, we won't be able to discover the open ports. The figure below shows the expected behavior in the case of both open and closed ports. So, case TCP port is open or closed, certain systems drop the packet when the port is open. So, almost always there's RST, and now it's RST only. Well, I guess I will add it to my notes, because we have notes. Let's add something like uncommon to it or something. So I'm going to type here as and Myman scan uncommon Fin, and I was thinking of that in the last one. I'll just do an and character and hoping that the line will be a bit shorter at least, though it wasn't. Nah, it doesn't look good, right? This is just normal text. That'll have to do. Set. And well, flags set. The console output below is an example of a TCP Maimon scan against the Linux server, as mentioned below, or mentioned, because I'm adding words for no reason. Because open ports and closed ports are behaving the same way, the Maimon scan could not discover any open ports on the target system. So it's said here that certain BSD derived system strap and none other. So sometimes, yeah, I should add this to my notes. Only, or rather here, we don't have to say uncommon. We can say both an open and a closed port will send RST back, except for some SD derived system that drops the packet. Much longer notes, but I feel that this is so usually doesn't work. Well, why do we have it in our notes when it's very, very seldom it works? So if we would find a port with this one, it would be like, well, we already know a bit about the OS here, right? We'll have to try this sometime. Sometime I need to experiment. And this is kind of all of this task, I guess. We're supposed to actually find something now, I guess, because if it's not, if we don't find anything, then this was just boring, right? So we'll need, please give us a reply here. Nah, we didn't get anything. Maybe they didn't even find some box that, or some OS that actually gives a reply. So, no, not correct. So let's see, not a new box to start. I did sudo nmap sm 1010. Okay. Yeah, I assumed there would be something, but 0 is not the correct answer. Meaning, maybe we'll have to do like all ports. We'll see. Let's see. Maybe a good opportunity to eat a bit more, but I think I'm full. So I have yogurt too. And you're very welcome to chat with me while we're waiting. And apparently we didn't get anything. So room 4 nmap VM3. So VM3. I'm kind of curious now because they in the example get no replies. I've done exactly the thing, so let's try 0 again, because that's what we actually found. So this is kind of boring, but we were supposed to find 2, so that's kind of a bug here, but whatever. It would have been fun to find something. The ACK window and custom scan. This task will cover how to perform TCP ACK scan, a TCP window scan, and how to create your custom flag set. And we need to terminate this machine to start this one. And maybe we should start with doing... Sorry. And I'm always tired, even if I just like, but I'm not tired. I'm just look like I'm tired, right? So, sorry, my nose itches. Waiting for the IP. I'm going to start with the scan on this machine, the old one, the Myman one. And I'm still thinking about the radio network here. 25. Oh my god. I'll just mute.
Haka says.
Previous question asked about flags, not ports.
So it was just me misreading the question. Thank you. Because I was thinking it would be so fun to have a reply. That's why I wanted to read it that way, I guess. So let's look. I guess I'm sure you're right. You know? Yeah, how many flags are set? And welcome back, Haka. So I should read the actual question before, not just assume. I just wanted to have a machine that I could get a reply from. So we have an IP. I'm just quickly going to... I assume there won't be a reply on this one either, but... Oh, I'm typing the IP without having clicked the machine. 140, so I'm assuming nothing. I'm assuming the same. We could do, you know, a better scan to see the OS of the machine. Well, let's go to the notes. Giving up on port. Well, we'll see if it finds anything there when we get back. So, the TCP ACK scan. I mean, TCP ACK scan. Didn't we already have that? No. We didn't. I was just thinking we had. So, let's start with the TCP ACK scans. As the name implies, the ACK scan will send TCP packet with the ACK flag set using the SA option. So, dash SA in the notes, and this is TCP ACK scan. And kind of obviously, but okay, ACK flag set there. Open to choose this. Use the option to use a scan. As we show in the figure below, the target would respond to the ACK with RST regardless of the state of the port. This behavior happens because TCP packet with the ACK flag set should only be in response of a received TCP packet to acknowledge the receipt of some data, like our case. Hence, the scan won't tell us whether the target port is open in a simple setup. So, in the following example, we scanned, as expected, we couldn't learn which ports were open. So, why? Is there more information? I guess? This kind of scan would be helpful if there's a firewall in front of the target. Consequently, based on which ACPAG has resulted in responses, you will learn which ports were not blocked by the firewall. Yeah, I expected that. In other words, this type of scan is more suitable to discover firewall rule set and configuration. It's not for the actual bugs. I've been setting up a target VM with a firewall. We repeated the ACK scan. This time we received some interesting results. So, okay, so now we're getting responses here. As we see in the console output below, we have 3 ports that aren't being blocked by the firewall.
Money on Throat says, your IP address is on open.
So, welcome in, Money on the Road. And maybe you learn something, maybe you can teach me something, we'll see, right? This, yeah, so they added a firewall, that's why we started a new one. This time we're seeing some interesting results.
I am new as well, don't worry.
So, welcome in. A scene, but I like people teaching me stuff too, so, and also noobs can teach each other, right? A scene in the console output below, we have 3 ports that aren't being blocked by the firewall. The result indicates that the firewall is blocking all other ports. What I'm curious about here is that the difference here, it would have gotten replies on all of them, right? And here it didn't get replies on the other ones, just on these. So it's intelligent enough to realize that when it gets replies on all of them, there's no results. Shouldn't it have been saying like none of these were blocked, right? And here these were not. It's just the logic of Nmap that I'm thinking of here. So let's make the notes. I'll hop over there. All ports will always respond with RST. Meaning we can use this for detecting ports blocked by a firewall. There. Or should I do FW just to get...
Why do you want to learn hacking?
I've worked in IT a lot, but now I'm home with my kids. So part of it is that I would like to work remotely. But part of it is also that I found this area for about a year ago, and it's very interesting. So that's why I want to learn it, too. But I want to learn like everything also. But it is very interesting. Very, very interesting. So we're going to copy this as an example. So why do you want to learn it? Tell me.
Yeah, I agree, it is super cool. Haka says.
Question is why would you not? D.
Yeah, exactly. So why would you not? I guess that for a lot of people, for me, this is like, oh my god, this is too simple. Should I even do this room? But most people will be like, oh my god, what's an IP address? You know, like just generally in society, all people don't know about flags. What's a flag? Oh, it's on and off something. Binary. What? I don't get it, you know? So kind of, maybe it's that there's more stuff. I like the low level too, and this is kind of like low level. But I want to know all of the things in this, you know? All of the details of all of the fields. Though I've kind of seen them a bit, you know, but I don't like people starting with, you have to learn the layers of the OSI model. You know, that's like, oh my god, that's boring. And learning names for things and acronyms, nah. But the details, I like. So that's how I think and what I like.
Money on Throat says. Do you have a degree?
No, I don't have like a degree in. I just started working with. I started working like '96 with phone support. First for users, and then for more like servers, and then I was responsible for Electronic Arts Nordic in IT. And then I worked at another company, and you know, and then I got kids, and then I didn't work much with this. I worked with other stuff. So back then we had like a frame relay line that used to go down, and we had a backup, and we had it was a mess back then with the networking. So there, a few rooms ago, it was, this is Traceroute. I was like, oh yeah, I kind of used that, like 1996, you know? So it's a mix. Everything connects back to my old knowledge. So it's always fun to learn things. I like learning things. And that's the part where I like this too, because it's not static, you know? Cybersecurity will always change. That's the whole thing with it. You will never be expected to just like, you don't have to learn anything more. You can just do the same thing all the days of your rest of your life. That will never happen. Right? We're safe. It won't go static.
Are you afraid AI will take over all the tech jobs?
What AI? Because there's not AI yet, you know. There's just LLMs. And they just do crazy stuff that's not correct. Lots of the time. So, if AI actually...
Yeah, maybe in 100 years.
Yeah. So, of course, you know, the Terminator movies could happen. And that doesn't even have to be AI. It could just be a stupid program, defense system, saying that... if this thing is dangerous for the planet, you know, it's easy logically to see how humans are the most dangerous thing on the planet, right? So it doesn't have to be AI for that either. We'll see. Maybe someone gives LLM the power and eat bugs. Let's see now. No. I was done with A1. But this is not this is the Windows scan, so this is what I'm supposed to read. So what do you think? Will AI ever, or computers ever, take over? Or will we manage to kill ourselves instead? Which would it would actually be, even if it would be like that. But, you know, just... environment
Haka
catastrophes.
says.
AI yet doesn't exist, it's overused to sell you products. What we have so far is just ML.
Yeah, exactly what I said. It's just LLMs. So
In
it's
100 years we will probably be gone lol.
yeah, but will it be like a technical thing or just us messing up or warring, fighting, you know, sending bombs to each other and just wiping everything out? Hopefully, smart people will be in control of powerful things and will be able to cool stuff down, right? We never know. And, you know, you could go like all depressed and say, oh, humankind is so horrible, we do this and that. But, you know, this is life. Why not enjoy it?
Money on Throat says, bringing AI to military will be the end of humanity.
Yeah, but maybe AI, if it's actually AI, you know, will be smarter than humanity and will save us instead. If we would try to make LLMs make decisions, then it will be the end of humankind, probably. But if it was actual artificial intelligence, it might not have the egoism of humans.
Yeah, that would be a happy ending, haha.
So we'll see what happens if we're live. Otherwise, we won't know. So just enjoy life while you have it. That's kind of my thought. So, window scan. Another similar scan is the TCP window scan. The TCP window scan is almost the same as the ACK scan. However, it examines the TCP window field of the RST packets returned. On a specific system, this can reveal that the port is open. You can select this scan and use SW. As shown in the figure below, we expect the RST packet in the reply uninvited ACK packets. So, on specific systems,
My
this
friend
can
Phil
reveal-
McCracken is really interested in learning about hacking.
Okay. On specific system, this can reveal that the port is open. The TCP window scan is almost the same as the ACK scanner. It examines the TCP window field of the RST packet returned, so it looks more closely. So we get an RST, but we look at it what it actually is. Similarly, launching a TCP window scan against a Linux system with no firewall will not provide much information. As we can see in the console output below, the results of the Windows scan against a Linux server with no firewall didn't give any extra information compared to the ACK scan executed earlier. However, as we would expect, if we repeat our
Cocaine 1
TCP
PT
scan,
says, hello. What we
hello.
doing here?
We're going through all the rooms in the junior penetration testing, and it's kind of slow. It's just doing nmap
Money
right
on
now.
Throat says, hacking is a broad term that encompasses various
Sure,
activities,
go for
but
it.
generally, it involves gaining unauthorized access to computer systems, networks, or data. Here's a simplified explanation of how hacking works. Reconnaissance. This is the first stage where hackers gather information about their target. They might use tools like port scanners, social engineering techniques, or simply search online for vulnerabilities. Scanning.
kids
After
over the door.
gathering information, hackers scan the target's network. Cocaine 1 PT says, cool. I'm just having a break from work.
Yeah, so
Haka says,
Money on Throat OK, Chat GPTD.
yeah, I'm sure. So I can mute a TTS message, by the way. It's not an ad or anything. So go for it, but don't spam chat too much, okay? With TTS messages.
Money on Throat says, Haka, how did you know?
So
Okay, sorry.
So, I'm going to have to check how to read your name. Cocaine 1PT. I know. You know? So, hope you're having a great day at work. And a great break. But I have to go and make some pancakes. I'll be right back. So, right, so the difference between the Windows scan
Cocaine
and the
1
X
PT
scan
says.
is what we're
Hum
at.
not bad.
Okay. I'll be right back. I'll just go get some pancakes for my
Some attempts of
microwave
XSS
them.
and SCLI as usual.
Okay,
Money on
okay.
Throat says. Enjoy the pancakes.
Yeah, so please send some. Right, I forgot to put my ear thing in. You can tell me if there's an echo, you know. I can't hear it, because I hear my speakers. But I usually put this in so you don't have the echo of the TTS going through my speakers into the microphone. So you can talk and I will hear it. I'll be right back. I'll just microwave some pancakes.
We can see your Amazon card details. La? La 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 la. Translated from Tagalog.
So, I'm back. La 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 la. Allergies. So, right, I closed the door. There. So, I'm just looking at my OBS. Something like that, maybe there. So, and I'm sorry, I know every time I leave, like the viewers half or something like that. So let's see. Another similar scan. It's a TCP window scan, right? So we were checking what's the difference between these two. I'd really like to see actually how the packets looked. You know? But I guess it's not actually doing anything different. What it's different is that this one looks more at the RST packet. Examines the TCP window field of the TCP packets returned. So we could actually just like copy this, because this explains why it's called window scan, right? So let's make notes, and we'll need an example. So we have SW, and it's almost kind of funny that that all of the letters are still there available. Window scan. Egg flag. Oh yeah. Set. I was thinking same as ACK scan, but examines the TCP window field of the RST packets returned. But I didn't really get what it really sees the difference, how it sees the difference, what information it gets from this. Because it doesn't say, right? Launching the TCP window scanning against the Windows system provide information of the console output, result of the window scanning against the Windows window firewall, then given extra information compared to the XScan. However, as you would expect, if you repeat a TCP scan,
Generalissimo 269 says,
"What's up?"
Sup.
All good here. You? We're doing the Nmap rooms in the general
Life
penetration
sucks.
tester. Life sucks. That's no good. Can we help in some way? Can I help?
Cocaine 1 PT says, Generalissimo 269 yo noob. Generalissimo 269 says,
Cocaine.
So let's quickly continue through these rooms so we done with them then. I hope there's information to be gained, of course, knowledge to be gained, but so far not much. Let's see. However, as you would expect, if we repeat our TCP window scanning as a server behind a firewall, we expect the more specifying results. In the console output below, the TCP window scan pointed that 3 ports are detected as closed. This is in contrast with the XScan that labeled the same ports as unfiltered. Okay, so we get more information. Okay, yeah, but if they're still closed. So we could have seen an open port, but these would just not select through the firewall then. Although we know that these 3 ports are not closed, we realize they responded differently, indicating that the firewall does not like them. Okay, so they're not closed in the firewall, because they are the only open ones. But on the machine, they might be closed. No? So why does Nmap say closed? If we realize they're not closed, right? Well. Let's. I'm guessing we'll have example scans in a bit, so I'm going to copy the example and paste it in the notes. And good afternoon, Generalissimo. I hope your day gets better than it is. So, one more and then we do stuff. Custom scan sounds interesting, right? Custom flag set? Question mark. Something to play with. So I'll made notes for these. We probably should say like flags. I can change it later. And my nose keeps itching. Darn allergies. Custom scan. If you want to experiment with a new TCP flag combination beyond the built-in TCP scan types, you can do scan flags. For instance, if you want SYN, reset, and FIN simultaneously, you can do so using. Okay. Oh, that's so ugly. Set flags by using their names. Their names with no spaces. So ugly. So, and there will be an example, right? I can make an example myself. Let's do that. I'm sorry for not hopping. So we'll definitely need sudo and map, and then we do scan flags RSTSYNFIN as their example was. Let's also add an IP, I guess. Let's do the same one as above. There. As shown in the figure below, if you develop your custom scan, you need to know the different ports will behave. Let's switch over. You need to know how the different ports will behave to
Tonight is
interpret
Eurovision
the
Fix It.
results. Oh, okay. I think I haven't seen that since I was a kid. But maybe it's nice for kids, like, maybe, right? Right, tonight I have Gar's event, right? It's Thursday. You should join
I'm
sometime.
a kid.
Yeah. I mean, since I was like 7, 8, maybe. Yeah, but I mean,
I'm 8.
go for it. Enjoy life. We just talked about the AI and will the world will AI, when it eventually arrives, destroy us, or not.
We enjoy life.
I mean, enjoy life however it is, That's the only thing you can do.
My internet provider has area problem.
Okay. Then you'll have to go touch grass.
Can't even connect to other close APs as they have the same provider. Life
But
sucks.
you're here.
Do you understand that?
Life never sucks. It's just to turn it upside down and see the good parts.
Touch grass is stupid. Hotspot is the solution.
Oh, people, you. I actually
But
did a
it's
test
slower.
stream yesterday. I made a new OBS that's actually going to be for my other Fixit 42 and Winding channel, and that one I'll do crazy stuff
I'm
like
not a
touch
dog.
grass.
I won't touch the grass.
Oh, let's find some fun ruins to explore or something in the forests in Sweden. Right? We're going to Stockholm City and explore. And look at old buildings and eat food at some odd restaurant or whatever. Right? On stream, wouldn't that be fun? Or do some crazy running around in the forest. Someone calling it Blair Witch style.
Sounds boring.
So what's the most interesting thing? Digging into Nmap scans. Testing all the possible combination of flags set on all the possible operating systems existing and having existed ever.
Drugs are more interesting actually.
Nah, never drugs, never.
Family
And
stream.
Yeah, right, so I don't want you to mention those in the stream, as you know already. So you can choose which flag to be set. So, I think we could continue, but we could just talk, I'm available to talk in chat. That's the whole thing. It's a stream, right? I don't want to just sit here and read stuff. I want to talk to you. So, how can we make your day better? If it's not touching grass, but you're in here, right? You can hear me. Apparently you're responding to me. So you have internet, right? Then life's good, isn't it? When you have internet, you can do anything. You have the whole digital world to explore. Maybe I should read it not just quietly. Finally, it's essential to note that the Axe scan and the Windows scan very efficient at helping us map out firewall rules. However, it's vital to remember that just because a firewall is not blocking a specific port, it does not necessarily mean that the server is listening on that port. For example, there's the possibility that the firewall rules need to be updated to reflect recent service changes. Hence, ACK and Windows scans are exposing the firewall rules. Yeah, but that's too obvious to mention, right? So, the TCP scan below, how many flags? So, TCP Windows scan, I'm actually going to look at the nose. It's just one flag, right? It's just the ACK, we just check the results differently. You decided to experiment with a custom TCP scan that has the reset flag set. What? Okay, sure. And it's a hint even. It's a hint. The VM received an update to its firewall rule set. A new port is... I'm not saying I don't like these rooms. I'm just saying that it might be good for someone else. A new port is now allowed by the firewall after you make sure... I don't want to miss anything though, And I did learn something about the Windows scan, that it's actually just the that it looks more into the, but I didn't know how. I wanted to know more details, so it didn't satisfy my hunger for knowledge. The VM received an update. Firewall rules that a new port is now allowed on the firewall. After you make sure that you have terminated the VM from task 2. Well, you see how long ago I did that. We've been 40 minutes through this thing. Though we've talked a lot, right? And I made food for my kid. Start the VM for this task. Launch the attack box. Once both are ready, open the terminal on the attack box and use Nmap to launch scan against the target VM. How many ports appear unfiltered? So, time to go to the VM. And we left it here. It's not done anything more. So let's abort this thing. And let's start. So if we look at the notes, we're supposed to do an scan. That's SA, right? So let's do that here. Alright, we could. Yeah, it's the same IP anyway. Which is the wrong IP because we have a new one. So 140. So now Generalissimo, I don't know if your internet is there or not because you didn't answer any more questions. Is your internet down or up? That's a big question now. You can explore both the digital world and the real, actual world, right, at the same time? So, how many ports appear unfiltered? I'm just clicking in the reply here. Oh, well, maybe you can be on the side instead, right? So what is the new port that appeared? And they mean us to compare from this, I assume. Meaning it's 443. And there's also 3 digits in the answer. Is there any service behind the newly discovered port number? So, what do they want us to say? Yes? No? They want us to say no. So we're supposed to test it. Is that it? I'm curious. Because, you know, from the scan only, we can see this. But I guess we're supposed to try, right? So if we click this and actually try this IP. Why not? Why not? So, I'll type it. It's quicker than switching. And I'm actually going to do this. And we don't even have burp up, so we don't need it though. So there's nothing there, it seems. So we could also just have done the normal scan, right? Usually, you know, if I just do Nmap, I can do Nmap, or just do let's do this one. 25.140, right? So let's see. So the difference now is the last one actually really just checked for firewall things. because there's supposed to be a firewall on this one. So this is a good experience to see how it reacts if you just try to scan it. And this is just the basic one. So on the other screen I'm just hopping on to the next one, since we had a yes/no question. And we also checked that it was a no. So instead of just looking at that, let's continue. Spoofing and decoys. In some network setups, you will be able to scan a target system using a spoofed IP address or even a spoofed MAC address. Such a scan is only beneficial in a situation where you can guarantee to capture the response. If you try to scan a target for some random network using a spoofed IP address, chances are that you won't have any response routed to you, and the scan results would be unreliable. The following figure shows the attacker launching the command nmap-s spoofed IP address. Consequently, Nmap will craft all the packets using the provided IP address spoofed IP. The target machine will respond to the incoming packet, sending replies to the destined IP address, the spoofed IP. For the scan to work and give accurate results, the attacker needs to monitor the network traffic to analyze the replies. So, if we look at the image, we can see it's more gray than black now. Black on gray instead of black on black. So, well, yeah, of course it will send it to the other IP. They needed an image for this. So it's where the scan is still getting the same thing a million times here. So in brief, so we finally got the response of the scan. So if we compare this, we have 3 open ports here, but this one is closed. So we got this confirmed, that what we saw here. But I guess this is because there's a firewall, and I don't think I've seen RTT var. Let's actually Google this one, because now we have the opportunity to actually learn new stuff here. So, timing trips and tricks. So, sorry for not reading aloud. Regarding MP permits, you put a send, not necessarily. $20 to scan 30. It just flew through 1 in 10 minutes. So avoid the DNS resolution. So they had some problem with the DNS resolution. Okay. So that might have been why it did this. We could try that. Why not? So let's first go to the notes. And look at all our information we already have here. We have N, do not reverse DNS lookup. So it's So if we would use the one we had with N, this one, N, will it be quicker? Because it shouldn't be slow, right? I'm curious if it will be as quick as normal, which should be kind of finished now, right? No, we still have the same messages. So I didn't even read what their code was. So use ping scan if you want to know where else side of your network you can use. Whatever. So we're not scanning a network, so that's not very interesting as that. So request failed. Map timing tips and tricks. I can't be the only one. I mess around with settings. Oh my god, VV. That's horrible, right? T5. So this says they're doing the full thing on a 24. What? Let's see what people say. Yeah, avoid these until you know what to scan. That looked very odd. Slow because it's reliable. Yeah. Oh, whatever. That's not interesting. This might be interesting. Okay, so round trip time variance. Okay, that's what it is. So they're asking what it is and saying what it is. By the way, no, not that kind of Windows. Window, not Windows. There, the scan finished with the same results. So, took the same time. I thought so. Since it was just, one, not network scan. This might be a question for ChatGPT. Because when you Google common words, you can get problems. So, but maybe we found it. So, Windows Scan is exactly the same as Xscan, except that it explains an implementation deal of certain systems to differentiate open ports from closed ones, rather than always printing unfiltered when an RST is returned. It does this by examining the TCP window value of the RST packets returned. On some systems, open ports use a positive window size, even for RST packets, while closed ones have a 0 window. Okay, so that's what I was looking for. So it's a size there. That's what it goes on. Windows scan sounds the same there. Yeah. So it's just that we response. The scan relies on the implementation detail of minority of systems out on the internet, so you can't always trust it. Systems that don't support it will usually return all ports closed. Of course, it's possible the machine really has no open ports. If most scan ports are closed, but a few common port numbers such as 22, 25, 23, 53 are open, the system will most likely be susceptible. Occasionally, the system will even show the exact opposite behavior. If your scan shows 997 open ports, very closed filler ports, then those 3 may very well be truly open ones. Nice, very logical. But I like it. Well, the scan is not suited for every situation. It can be quite useful on occasion. Recall a fin scan of DOS. Okay, so which shows many open filter ports not found in the basic fin scan. The problem is that we can't distinguish between open and filter ports with a fin scan. The previous section showed that we could distinguish between by commanding fin and ACK scan results. In this case, a Windows scan makes it even easier by requesting the fin scan results. Example 517 here. So these results are exactly what eRead wanted. The same 39 interesting ports are shown as when FinScan, but this time it distinguishes between the 2 filtered ports, MSSQL and MSRPC, filtered here. 14 open ports omitted for brevity, and 30 so that are actually open. These are the same results as eRead obtained from combining fin and ACK scans results together in the previous section. So there was no more details than this, and I guess that's the only thing we need. So on some systems, open ports use a positive window size, while closed ones have 0 windows. So this is what I was looking for. So let's tab to notes and actually add this, because same as ACK, but examines TCP window field. On some systems, open ports use a positive window size, while closed ones have a 0 window. And that's the only thing. This is used to distinguish between open and filtered ports, unfiltered ports. There. So we have it all in the notes. It's kind of long. I prefer them just to be one line. All of these are too long. Well, we have the information, so that's what they could have just added this line to the room. I would have been pleased. So what was this? It's just an example scan they compare it to. Okay. Oh my nose itches. Thorn allergies. So RTT var is round trip time variance. Good. This will keep up. I want to look at it. Let's actually move this one so I don't.
Patrico says, and
welcome in. So we're looking at Nmap rooms. It's the Junior Penetration Tester path. So wanna have this. Wanna see if there's anything more to learn here, even though the one thing that I learned was not detailed enough. Well, now we know more. We have more information. The hunt for knowledge. In some network setups, you will be able to scan a target system using a spoofed IP address. Yes, I read this. So, right, I stopped reading because, oh my god, my nose itches so much. I'm going crazy. Ah, sorry. So when the Nmap scan was done, I hopped over there. Yeah, that was the basic image. I think it was what we were kind of here, right? In brief, scanning with a spoofed IP address is 3 steps. Attacker sends a packet. Oh, it's the same as the image. In general, you expect to specify the network interface using E and explicitly disable ping scan. Therefore, instead of Nmap S spoofed IP, you will need to issue Nmap E net interface PNS spoofed IP. To tell Nmap explicitly which network interface to use and not to examine and not to expect to receive a ping reply. It's not worth repeating that the scan will be useless if the attacker system cannot monitor the network for responses. Yeah, so when you are on the same subnet as the target machine, you would be able to spoof your MAC address as well. You can specify the source MAC address using spoof. So I'm thinking notes here, of course, as always. So let's add a header in the notes. Spoofing IP and MAC. There. And E set network interface a capital S set IP to spoof. No, it's actually, yeah, right. I got it. So, because they're saying spoofed IP when they mean IP, and then there was another IP, and I realized, okay, it was the whole command. So that's why it was like that. So let's add the example here. There. And then we have the spoof Mac one. there. Let's go back and read a bit more. I just wanna don't read too much and then make notes, you know. So you can specify source MAC address using this. Address spoofing is only possible if the attacker of the target machine are using the same Ethernet. Spoofing only works with a minimal number of cases where certain conditions are met. Therefore, the attacker might resort to using decoys to make it more challenging to be pinpointed. The concept is simple. Make a scan appear to be coming from many IP addresses so that the attacker's IP address would be lost among them. As we see in the figure below, the scan of the target machine will appear to be coming from 3 different sources, and consequently this will go to the decoys as well. I'm just trying to read the text at the bottom. You can launch a scan by specifying a specific or random IP address after D, for example. Decoy scan. Okay. Sorry. It's allergies. Maybe I should eat a bit while doing this. Maybe that will help. I have this wonderful thin bread again. Love it. So, I think I had a better, yeah. Let's see if this can make me cough less. You can launch a decoy by specifying a specific or random IP address after D. For example, IP, ME, IP. So ME, we'll see what that is soon. We'll make a scan of a pair coming from where ME to indicate your IP address should appear in the third order. Okay, so hours lost. Another example command would be RND ME, where the third and fourth IP address are assigned randomly, while the fifth source is going to be the attacker's. So we will actually use ME, right? It's just their short form, and we should add our IP there. It should be able to find it itself, right? Possibly. I mean, with the RND, it's very odd to me. Well, the fifth. In other words, each time you execute the latter command, you would expect 2 new IP addresses to be the third and fourth. Okay. What do you need to add to the command to make the scanner pairs coming from the IP address? So, S. dash s 10 10 10 11. What you need to add to the command sudo nmap to make it appear as coming from the IP addresses in addition to your IP address. Yeah, so it's 2 at the end there. And we need to make also right. Yeah, so lots of typing. 10 10 20 21 comma 10 10 20 28 comma me. So we need to make notes for the D1, and I would have liked to have actual example scans for this, and they didn't have that, so we'll have to do it ourselves, I guess, which is not good. I guess that's why, but why didn't they have examples? Oh well, we could do it. It's not like it's. We don't even have an example of this. No example. Whatever. So let's do the D. Some IP. Some IP. Well, this is not good. Decoy scan. Appearing to have several origins. Oh my god. How did I get a P in there? And let's have several examples here. Because we have them available, so I can just copy them in there. There. So ME is our IP. R&D is a random IP. I'm thinking IP. That's better. So I guess we'll continue. Data. Apparently. Fragmented packets. Firewall. A firewall is a piece of software or hardware that permits packages to pass through or blocks them. It functions based on firewall rules, summarized as blocking all traffic with exception to allowing all traffic with exceptions. For instance, you might block all traffic to your server except those coming from your web server. Traditionally, a traditional firewall inspects at least IP header and transport layers. A more sophisticated firewall would also try to examine the data carried by the transport layer. IDS, Intrusion Detection System. Right. The question is, do I have IDS in my acronyms list? I'm not sure. Let's look. I don't, so just to make sure I don't forget it, because it's not like it pops into my head at once. So there, intrusion detection system. And you're still on the left screen. inspects network packets for select behavioral patterns or specific content signature. It raises an alert whether a malicious rule is met. In addition to the IP header and transport layer header, an IDS would inspect the data contents in the transport layer and check if it matches any malicious patterns. How can you make it less likely for traditional firewall IDS to detect your Nmap activity? It's not easy to answer this, however, depending on the type of firewall IDS, you will benefit from delivering the packet into smaller packets, fragmented packets. Nmap provides the option F to fragment packets. Once chosen, the data will be divided into 8 bytes or less. Adding another FFF will split data into 16-byte fragments instead of 8. You can change the default value by using the empty --MTU. However, you should always choose a multiple of 8. Well, let's just click this image. There was nothing else there. No text I didn't see, that is. This is a bit far-fetched, I think. Maybe. We'll see. I guess I should have it in my notes anyway. To properly understand fragmentation, we need to look at the IP header in a figure below. It might look complicated at first, but we notice that we know most of its field. In particular, notice the source address taking 32 bits, 4 bytes, and I'm not listening to myself. More bread. To properly understand fragmentation, we need to look at the IP header in the figure below. It might look complicated, but we notice that we know most of its fields. In particular, notice the source address is taking 32 bits. Right, source address here. 4 bytes on the 4th row, while the destination address is making another 4 bytes on the 5th row. The data that we will fragment across multiple packets is highlighted in red. To aid in the reassembly of the packet's size, IP uses the identification ID and fragment offset, shown in the 2nd row. Identification and fragment offset. Shown on the 2nd row in the figure, so there were no more text up there. So version, IHL, type of service, total length, identification flags, time to live, protocol, header checksum, source address, destination address, options, padding, and the data. And there we can have multiples of 8. So, I'm not sure how to put this in the notes, but I'm starting as fragment packages. And we're doing F. Mm-hmm. 8 byte segments. FF 16 byte. MTU set default value. Let's do value as they do. Multiple of 8. So I just added this there. So let's continue below. Let's compare running sudo nmap ss. Let's do that just to make sure. Time flies. Let's compare running sudo nmap ss. I have not used this, by the way. P80 and sudo nmap. So the difference is this has also the F. As you know by now, this will use stealth, TCP syn, scan, port 80. However, in the second command, we're requesting nmap to fragment the IP packets. In the first 2 lines, we can see the ARP query response. Oh, I want to look at this first. Well, whatever. Nmap issued ARP query because the target is on the same Ethernet. So second 2 lines to a TCP syn saying reply. The 5th line is the beginning of support scan. Nmap sends TCP syn packets port 80 in this case. The IP header is 20. TCP header is 24. Note that the minimum size of the TCP header is 20. So, first ARP. Then we have TCP. Syn. First attack. Can we click this? No, we can't see more. Whatever then. They're talking about the sizes. I don't see a thing of that. Let's just cut off. With fragmentation requested via F, 24 bytes of the TCP header will be divided into multiples of 8 bytes, with the last fragment containing 8 bytes or less of the TCP header. Since 24 is divisible by 8, we got 3 frame packets. It's just 20 bytes of IP header and 8 bytes of TCP header. Right. Yeah, so that's what I was thinking there. We can see the 3 fragments between the 5th and the 7th line. Okay. Fragmented IP protocol. I mean, how could this be 5 and 6, 7 in this? That's what I kind of was looking around for. 7th line in a 5-line one. So we had some Let's compare instead. I assume these are not the same. These say fragmented. So 1, 2, 3, I assume then. But if we can't see all of the full lines. Note that if you added FF or FF, the fragmentation of the data would be a multiple of 16, in other words, 24 bytes, 2 fragments. On the other hand, if you prefer to increase the size of the packet, you can use notches. Data length. I guess we'll need to add that one too. Data length. Well, I'm kinda like, when would I use this? Maybe I would, but at least it's new stuff. That makes me happy. So let's... Oh. Yeah, so... So we compare these two. We don't need that. If a TCP segment has a size of 64 and FF will use how many frames? So it's just a math. 64 through 16. Well, idle zombie scan. Spoofing the source IP address can be a great approach to scanning stealthily. However, spoofing will only work in a specific network setup. It requires you to be in a position where you can monitor the traffic. Considering these limitations, spoofing your IP address can have little use. However, we can give it an upgrade with the idle scan. The idle scan or zombie scan requires idle system connected to the network that you can communicate with. Practically, Nmap will make each probe appear as coming from the idle zombie host. Then it will check for indicators whether the idle zombie host received any response. Seriously, let's do this. Or maybe I shouldn't have selected all of it. Let's do this bit just.
The idle scan, or zombie scan, requires an idle system connected to the network that you can communicate with. Practically, Nmap will make each probe appear as if coming from the idle, zombie, host, then it will check for indicators whether the idle, zombie, host received any response to the spoofed probe. This is accomplished by checking the IP identification, IP ID, value in the IP header. You can run an idle scan using mapsi zombie_IP 10.10.25.140, where zombie_IP is the IP address of the idle host, zombie. The idle, zombie, scan requires the following 3 steps to discover whether a port is open. Trigger the idle host to respond so that you can record the current IP ID on the idle host. Send a SYN packet to a TCP port on the target. The packet should be spoofed to appear as if it was coming from the idle host, zombie, IP address. Trigger the idle machine again to respond so that you can compare the new IP ID with the one received earlier. Let's explain with figures. In the figure below, we have the attacker system probing an idle machine, a multifunction printer. By sending a SYN/ACK, it responds with an RST packet containing its newly incremented IP ID. The attacker will send a SYN packet to the TCP port they want to check on the target machine in the next step. However, this packet will use the idle host, zombie, IP address as the source. 3 scenarios would arise. In the first scenario, shown in the figure below, the TCP port is closed, therefore, the target machine responds to the idle host with an RST packet. The idle host does not respond, hence its IP ID is not incremented.
IP ID. Oh, I got it. I got it.
In the second scenario, as shown below, the TCP port is open, so the target machine responds with a SYN/ACK to the idle host, zombie. The idle host responds to this unexpected packet with an RST packet, thus incrementing its IP ID.
Because now it's sending a package. And it didn't before?
In the third scenario, the target machine does not respond at all due to firewall rules. This lack of response will lead to the same result as with the closed port, the idle host won't increase the IP ID. For the final step, the attacker sends another SYN/ACK to the idle host. The idle host responds with an RST packet, incrementing the IP ID by 1 again. The attacker needs to compare the IP ID of the RST packet received in the first step with the IP ID of the RST packet received in this third step. If the difference is 1, it means the port on the target machine was closed or filtered. However, if the difference is 2, it means that the port on the target was open. It is worth repeating that the scan is called an idle scan because choosing an idle host is indispensable for the accuracy of the scan. If the idle host is busy, all the returned IP IDs would be useless.
Yeah. There, we couldn't see the difference then. Oh. We'll have to make notes. So... this is a bit of a specific thing, right? So... we'll have to make put the useful ones at the top. Let's actually call it... I guess we could just have them like oops. I'm thinking I'm adding something here because these are not like main headers. They're just part of the more advanced bit. So if we were to we want to see what's below this, we just go there. Well, SI, well, it's not visible in this font, but that's an I. Idle scan. Zombie scan. And this is quite a bit different. I would like to have like a... I'm thinking their images were too detailed in this room, as they're always in this room. So, I guess we'll just type it out. So, the zombie IP needs to be a machine that has no network traffic as the what it's actually called. Whatever. That's the packet ID number that is incremented for every packet sent is used. First, our machine sends Synac to the zombie and records the ID. Then we send, well, we in our machine, whatever. Then we send a packet to the machine we're discovering. With the zombie IP as is it allergies making me itch now too? So annoying. I'm sorry. I think I'm going to source. So depending on if the zombie, the target, let's use target, to the target, that's much shorter. For the zombie IP as source, depending on the target, response to the zombie target sending RST makes zombie send nothing. target sending Synac makes, I'm trying to be consistent here, makes, oh, I misspelled zombie again, make, it's just me typing too quickly, with E and W being next to them, each other. I'm not a good typer, in other words. Target sending Synac makes zombie reply with RST. The packet counter will increase or not. Didn't I? Okay, maybe my keys are actually getting bad. Maybe it's not just all me needing to practice typing. Oh my nose. So I'm also typing this in the wrong place, right? Because all the other places we put the information. Why do I have a dot there? So it's supposed to be there. The packet can't really increase or not. Then we send another packet to and check if the counter has been increased or not. Dot. Short command for lots of text. So let's answer the question here too. So S capital I, which is not visible, looks like an L, and then we have 10 5 5. Oh my darn, oh my nose itches so much, it's annoying. Let's just check this first, because I did click this by mistake before, so we will get something more to add here, but just confirm that we have all of these two in the notes. Spoofed, spoofed Mac. Yeah, though our notes are more complete. They also have sudo here and not here. Being a bit interesting, right? Though it's not important really, because we're always on the machine we send these from, we're always have sudo permissions. Oh, well, not always, maybe, though. But probably. So, I'm assuming these are from this one. We'll add them. Reason sounds like an interesting one. These contacts rely on setting TCP flags and expect ways to prompt ports for reply, null fin, Xmas. Response for open and close parts. Ensure everything in there. So it's just because I used this to not hop over, not destroy the streak yesterday. Maybe I shouldn't care. But it's kind of fun though, right? It's one of the motivating factors to be consistent with your studies. Well, I guess we shouldn't hop to the next one when we end this one, but look at those once more. You might consider adding reason. If you want Nmap to provide more details regarding its reasoning and conclusions, consider that 2 scans below to the system, however, the latter adds reason. So, let's compare them. Cute that is Pentest Retro Hack Me. So, host this up, received ARP response. So this is a new line there. Instead of just host this up latency. So it's just a received ARP response that's added. And then the reason is reset. So this is very good for learning, I think, because we know more about what the actual traffic is. Then we have the port. And in one of these lines we have the reason added at the end. Oh my god, my nose itches, I'm so sorry. There nothing more added. Providing the reason flag gives out the explicit reason why Nmap concludes that the system is up or a particular port is open. In this console output above, we can see that the system is considered online because of the received ARP response. On the other hand, we know that SSH port is deemed open because Synac packet back. For more detailed output, you can consider using V for verbose and VV for even more verbosity. And I think I tried this and it's very annoying because you can't find the information when you do VV. It's too much, you know, and I'm saving those outputs. It's just annoying. But I guess doing them a few times. Because if you're just looking for, you know, the information about the ports. Oh, we'll use both here. No? So the reason is automatically when you do VV. You get the reason automatically. Initiating ARP ping scan. Scanning. Completed ARP ping scan. Initiating parallel DNS. So it didn't say that it got a response, right? Initiating parallel DNS resolution completed. Syn scan. So I'm not sure I like this at all, right? I agree with myself. Completed Syn stealth scan. Nmap scan report. So the reason is nice, but this is not good. Here it says that hosted sub received ARP response, but it didn't say up here when it actually did the ARP request. It should have said there, right? If it were to be like logical. If VV does not satisfy your curiosity, you can say D for debugging or DD for even more details. You can guarantee that D will create an output that extends beyond a single screen. Yeah, of course. Launch the attack box if you haven't done so already. After you make sure that you have determined the VM, terminate the VM from task 4. Start the VM. This task, do they have to say this? It's all these things we do for all of them, right? Wait for it to load completely. Open the terminal. Couldn't they have just said, use this, right? To scan the VM. Sorry that I get annoyed at tiny things like this. I think they shouldn't be too over the top. So F. Reason. 10, 150, 181. Yeah, and we need sudo. Of course. So, let's see it for ourselves. Reason. So that's why it's up, and it received a Synack here. So let's compare it to this. That's the whole point, right? Comparing them. So we didn't get this, and we didn't get this one. So to reply to the question, it's an ACK. And I'm thinking I'll abort that hop there. And we need to add it to the notes, of course. So I'm looking at the notes here, and I'm thinking that these are actually useful, right? We don't want them too far down. But they're not scanning a network really, but it's interesting for port scanning. So specify ports to scan, specify scan speed. So I'm thinking this one is actually more like here. Specifying verbosity, right? And these are 5 level headers there. So let's do the same. And we have reason, and we have Y is a host up, a port, open. Then, like V and VV, we don't even have to type anything, right? It's obvious. So VV, and we have D, DD. Verbosity. That looks wrong. Oh, very wrong. High verbosity. Oh well. Higher. And debug mode. More details. That's enough. So, I guess these are what we added here, right? Yeah. Specify source port number and data length num. Did we actually have these in the notes? I don't think so. Scrolling. Data length is there. Source port is not. So I'm curious. What did I miss? It was not in here. Yeah, I guess it's only in the summary, right? So why only in the summary? Is it not worth it so? Or have they moved stuff and forgot to remove it from the summary? We'll see next room, right? So, let's add this here. I'm thinking this is more like controlling where the reply goes. Then the port could fit here, the source port. It's kind of more better to put it here somewhere. Port to scan. Let's put it here. It's not ports to scan, but I don't know why I would set the source port. Could some detection or firewalls care about that? And then it's more like, well, whatever, it's in the notes now. So if I search for it, I will find it. We could be nice and terminate, right? So let's hop to the dashboard and we'll see what the next one is. Nmap post port scans. Yeah, so I'm looking at time 2. We have a few answered questions today at least. Well, let's just view the path. So we're at network security and we have 4 rooms more in this. And I'm kinda, oh, this is the last Nmap one. That's kinda nice. Because it's been very basic, this. So we'll see what happens after if it's more very basic stuff. Let's see, today we have I'm just planning my day here. Sorry. So if I start Discord, Just going to check when the event starts.
VR Mechatronics says, "Hello viewers and streamers, how is going?"
Oh, welcome in. Let's see. I'm just going to switch to my chat so I can see. Oh, hi, VR Mechatronics. What's up? All good here. We just finished one of the rooms. So I'm thinking, should we continue with the next room or should we start with a box actually? Because these are very basic and I'm kind of falling asleep a bit. I have to say. So I'm just eating a bit too. And also my allergies are annoying.
Today I improved my invention, the VR treadmill.
Okay, tell me all about it. Tell me all about it. So that's actually where I want to read chat. There. And I can also see if I'm like on the side of this darn circle. So I guess we'll just do the last Nmap one so that we are done with it. It's not that I'm not learning anything, it's just that it's not feeling that the last bits were new to me.
I added an electric winch, smile smile.
Okay. You'll have to draw it and send it in. Or photograph and send it in Discord, right? Let me just hop back to Discord here. We have the electronics one. You could always maybe put it there, or we can make a new one, or just in chat. Anywhere. I'm just going to check Gar's event quickly. So the event today is Try Hack Me Archangel. Let's see, can I put this in here? No, because you're on the wrong screen. So this is the Gar's event today. And it's kind of late for me, so I have lots of hours. So it's 4.5 hours. I will need to be a bit with my family, but we could just start this. I'm not so very good that I will just finish this one, you know. Yeah, so it's later than usual. It's usually 20:30, now it's 21. And these PMs, and I don't really know them that well. Well, I guess I do. We just don't use them in Sweden. So I don't know why it doesn't translate. As it sets the time, couldn't it change it to 21 instead? This is supposed to be an easy Linux one. I'm thinking like if it's very easy, I don't want to start too early. And if it's not easy, it's just called easy. It is not easy for me, that is. Then, so we can do something else. If it would have been like a medium one, I would have been thinking I could just start, because I will never like finish it anyway. There, I have OBS up again. But anyway, the new stuff that I learned from the last one was about the zombie idol, fragmenting package, spoofing IP and Mac. And then these are just the like normal scans, but not that we use them a lot with the flags. Well, we'll see. We'll see what's in the next room. Let's read it. Nmap post-port scans. Learn how to leverage Nmap for service and OS detection using Nmap scripting engine NSE and save the results. Well, it's one of these rooms, we know. So we don't need to know on our where we're actually in their list. So nothing to start here. Up to the next one. Start. I mean, the first part is just for people that just ended up in this room and didn't know it was part of this series, right? Service detection. Once Nmap discovers open port, you can probe the available port to detect the running service. Further investigation of the open port is an essential piece of information, as a pen tester can use it to learn if there are any known vulnerabilities of the service. Join Vulnerabilities 101, which I think we might have done. No, I think it's just below this on the list. So it's further down in this General Implementation Tester one. So learn more about searching for vulnerabilities. Adding SB, which I always use in my scans, to our Nmap command will collect and determine service and version information for the open ports. You can control the intensity version intensity level, where the level ranges between 0 and 9. Okay, I've never used that for the most complete, so we could do version intensity 9. Has light. Version light has intensity of 2. Version all. Okay, I don't know if I'm the only one finding this a bit annoying. Whatever. Let's just go for it. So this is part of basic scanning ports for me. But maybe we should add it like in between here. I'm thinking like so what's it actually called, right? Post-port scan. I think it's a part of it. So we have service detection. What else? OS. Service OS detection. Let's simply call it service OS detection and NSE. Where was it? Nmap scripting engine, I'm thinking, but yeah. So Nmap scripting engine. There's a long header, but it's kind of useful to know when you're looking for something, right? So first we want to add the basic ones. SV. I don't feel I need examples about this, but since my notes are public, I guess I'll add one. And I also need to add an explanation what it is. There. Service detection. Oh my eyes. Let's actually add these here. Was it 0 to 9 or 1 to 9? Yeah, 0 to 9. Let's actually type it out. It's not if we don't have space. And then we have well, I guess it's okay. Nah. Let's add this one here too. Intensity 2. These feel like, why even have them? I guess the all one is more useful. I'm curious also what is the default. Intensity 9. It's important to note that using SV will force Nmap to proceed with TCP three-way handshake and establish the connection. Uses full three-way handshake and a connection. The connection establishment is necessary because Nmap cannot discover the version without establishing a connection fully and communicating with the listening service. And I was thinking this was kind of like saying the same thing twice. And communicate. Since I'm saying uses, communicates with the listening service to get the information, which is kind of obvious, but just we're obvious all the time here. So connection following communicating with lesson service. In other words, stealth scan is not possible with SV. Yeah, we got that. I'm kind of thinking this. Cause that's just the same thing. It's just intensity. And now we can use the there. There. So nicer notes. I'll have to try the versional later. Yeah, we can't use this, which is obvious from what we typed in the notes. We don't have to say it right explicitly. The console upper below shows a simple Nmap stealth SYN scan with the SV option. Adding the SV option leaves a new column in the output showing the version for each selected detected service. For instance, in the case of TCP port 22 being open instead of 22 TCP open SSH, we obtain this is what I usually see every time I do a scan. Notice the SSH protocol is guessed as the service because TCP port 22 is open. Nmap didn't connect and confirm. However, SV required connecting to the open port to grab the service banner and any version information it can get, such as Nginx 162, hence unlike the service column, the version column is not a guess. Yeah. Giving us version, service, and version info. Well, being explicit. Note that the Nmap options require root privileges, unless you're running Nmap as root. You need to use sudo. Start the VM once you're ready. Yeah, we started it 11 minutes ago. Start the VM, start the target machine. Okay. Run Nmap. Okay, let's do it. While testing these, I'm still curious what the default is. If it's 2, as the same as light, that will be kind of superfluous to use version light. So I'm assuming that the default is somewhere in the middle, right? Like 4 or something. So I did copy it, right? Yeah. And we have the IP already filled in, so we can just run it. So 111 didn't give us any version, which is kind of interesting, right? So what's detected as 143 is the question. So I'm just pasting it in the reply. Which service did not have a version detected as version light? Yeah, so this one was not actually detected, and maybe it would have been with a normal one. Now they're not telling us, but let's do it and see if there's a difference. As they said this, I'm kind of assuming a difference. So now we got the response here. So what if we do the all one? Is it dash all? Dash all. So all. So in this case it were no difference, right? Because all were already detected. So let's continue with OS detection and traceroute. I don't think I've used traceroute. OS detection, and we can detect the operating system based on its behavior and any telltale signs in the responses. OS detection can be enabled using O. Uppercase O is in OS. In this example, we run nmap SSO on the attack box. So let's continue adding to the nodes. So O, and this is obvious. I'm not writing operating system, I'm doing OS detection, and the example is this. Well, let's bring the sudo along. Sorry if I'm slow with doing notes and everything, but I think it's very valuable. Yeah, so why did that disappear? That's why I've been hopping around doing that. So their example, we have OS information here at the end. The system we scanned and attempted to detect its OS version running kernel version 3.16, and Nmap was able to make a close guess in this case. So it said 3.13 and it's 3.16, so it's good to know it's not perfect. And in another case we scanned Fedora Linux system with kernel 5.13.14. However, Nmap detected a Linux 2.6. Okay, the good news is that Nmap detected the OS correctly, and the not so good news is that the kernel version was wrong. Okay. The OS detection is very convenient, but many factors might affect its accuracy. First and foremost, Nmap needs to find at least one open and one closed port on their target to make a reliable guess. Furthermore, the guessed OS fragment might be distorted due to rising use of virtualization in similar devices. So take OS version with a grain of salt. Let's add to notes that it's not always reliable. Not always reliable. We don't have to do more than that. Let's see what I usually run. I'm just going to hop down to the help in my list here. Let's hop you over here too. And see, we have here is the SV. And here is the SC. And when I do this, we will get the OS detection automatically. Does it say here? I think it does. You know, always do the OS bit also without me telling you to. So if you scroll up, Um, Traceroute. If you want Nmap to find the roads between you and the target, just add traceroute. In the following example, Nmap appended a traceroute to its scan results. Note that Nmap traceroute works slightly different than the traceroute command found on Linux and Mac OS, and traceroute found on MS Windows. Standard traceroute starts with a packet of low TTL and keeps increasing it until reaching the target. Nmap traceroute start with a packet of high TTL and keeps decreasing it. Okay. In the following example, we executed Nmap SS traceroute on TechBox. We can see that there are no roads hop between the two as they are connected directly. Yeah, so nothing, it just adds it on there. It's worth mentioning that many routers are configured not to send ICMP type to live exceeded, which will prevent us from discovering their IP addresses. For more information, visit the active reconnaissance room. And we just did this one. It was just before this, the Nmap ones. Answer the questions below. Run Nmap with O against. Yeah. So let's actually do exactly that, and it's using the IP here, so I should already have it copied, right? No, that's the traceroute one, because I didn't make notes on that, so let's make the notes quickly. So hopping over to the notes. There. And there, and let's actually just copy this bit to make sure. Didn't I just do this? Was it so long ago? They want to ask again. So we can see our traceroute, and I feel no need to copy the traceroute. What OS was detected? With O. Let's do O2, of course. Yeah, that's why I said I already had it copied, because I actually read it. Sorry for hopping all over the place there. So I'm just waiting for the scan. Come on. There. So it didn't find it. So let's redo it. Adjust the O option. I see here the Texas Linux. These Linux GNU. I guess that they just want us probably to type Linux, right? I did click enter. Can't I click the submit button? Yes, it was just very slow. Okay. So, slow. Nmaps scripting engine, NEC. A script is a piece of code that does not need to be compiled. In other words, it remains in its original human-readable form and does not need to be converted to machine language. Many programs provide additional functionality. Didn't I click? Yeah, oh, it's just slow again. Provide additional functionality via scripts. Moreover, scripts make possible to add custom functionality that did not exist in a built-in command. Simply, Nmap provides support for scripts using the Lua language. A part of Nmap Scripting Engine, NSE, is a Lua interpreter that allows Nmap to execute Nmap scripts written in Lua language. However, we don't need to learn Lua to make use of Nmap scripts. Your Nmap default installation can easily contain close to 600 script. Take a look at your Nmap installation folder on the attack box. It's you notice that there are hundreds of scripts conveniently named, starting with the protocol they target. Like that, then. We'll list all the scripts starting with HTTP on the attack box in the console output below. We found around 130 scripts starting with HTTP. With further future updates, you can only expect the number installed script to increase. So there's lots of things here. You can specify to use any or a group of these scripts. Moreover, you can install other scripts, other user scripts, and use them for your scans. Let's begin with the default scripts. You can choose to run the scripts in the default category using scripts default, or simply adding SC in addition to default. Okay. Categories include auth, broadcast, brute, default, discovery, DOS, exploit, external, fuzzer, intrusive, malware, safe, version, and vuln. A brief description is shown in the following table, and I think I used the vuln one a bit ago, right? So so this is what I usually run. Yeah, because I get the robust.txt info, right? And the title of default of web pages. Lots of different things. And also the OS. Let's see if it's in the list. SMBOS discovery, among other things. I'm curious how many OS are there. So OS is part of host name. Let's add a space to it. So this. Okay, listen for some specific thing. Okay. NBstat. Net by its name. Server info. Novel. I have not yet seen a box with Novel, and I don't expect to. But it was not that long ago we used it, right? Was it? Nostalgic. And not sad to lose it. I guess that most of what I see in the SVSC scan is the OS is in all the versions of the services, right? It's not specifics, maybe. Or it just runs more than what's in the script thing. So, of course we'll make notes. Oh. I guess it runs the default scripts. I'm actually going to copy it so I don't have to type it. This. And then we have okay. It's thinking we're unaligning stuff. Any of the categories. And I'm going to list them all. And let's actually keep the table in here. I'm copying it. Let's paste it. And it failed. So that's not the right kind of table that I wanted. This is the ugly kind. If we do... Alright, so that was the problem. It couldn't handle it with the no line above it, and I can't delete it now. So, okay. That's okay. That's better. Easier to read, right? It takes a bit space, we can just minimize it if you don't want to see it. And it's nice to have this information, and it's even more readable than on the web page, right? Default same as C. So, some scripts belong to more than one category. Moreover, some scripts launch brute force attacks against services, while others launch DOS attacks and exploit systems. Hence, it's crucial to be careful when selecting scripts to run if you don't want to crash services or exploit them. We use Nmap to run a SYN scan against this IP and execute a default script in a console shown below. the command is sudo nmap sc will ensure that nmap will execute the default scripts following the scan. There are a few details that appear below. Take a look at SSH service 22 nmap. Removed all 4 public keys. Recovered all 4 public keys related to the running server. Consider another example, the HTTP service as port 80 and retrieve the default title. This is what all my nmap scans look like, so let's add the example here, and we have the details there. You can also specify the script by name using script name, or a pattern such as script ftp star, which would include ftp root. If you're unsure what a script does, you can open the script file with a text reader such as less or a text editor. In the case of FTP root, it states performed root force password audit against FTP servers. You have to be careful, as some scripts are pretty intrusive. Moreover, some scripts might be for a specific server, and if chosen at random, will waste your time with no benefit. As usual, make sure you're authorized to launch such tests on a target server. I'm kind of thinking that I have not been using specific scripts like that on boxes, so maybe I should. Let's consider a benign script, HTTP date, which we guess would retrieve the HTTP server date and time. And this is indeed confirmed by its description. It gets the date from HTTP-like services. Also, it prints how much date differs from local time. We execute HTTP date. So this is our example for the notes too. Let's make the notes before we run it. So we can use script equals. No, not equals, just script. Let's do a script name then. Let's also do the name star. Careful what's included. There. Alright, let's actually go to the VM at once. And let's paste that. And I, of course, replaced my previous copy. So, there. So, here we have the date. 0 seconds from local time. So, finally, you might expand the functionality of Nmap beyond the official Nmap scripts. You can write your script or download Nmap scripts from the internet. Downloading using Nmap scripts from the internet holds a certain level of risk. So this is a good idea not to run a script from an author you don't trust. Or you just read them, right? Knowing that Nmap scripts are saved in, users share Nmap scripts on the attack box. What does this check for? let's look if it's the same location for us. So I can see this is a long listing. So oh, I just read the name. Okay. So they're all called NEC. Checks for disallowed entries in Robust 60. And that's one of the default ones. So the answer seems to be kind of this kind of length. Which is kind of short. Disallowed entries. I would say, like, you know, on the web server is kind of important. Can you figure out the name for the script that checks for remote code execution vulnerability? Okay. MS 15. Oh, let's Google this one, I'm thinking, so we can see what kind of protocol it is and things. Okay, HTTP will. So I should have been case insensitive because I searched for these this way, which kind of felt the easiest. I trust grep, but I should have been in case insensitive. So we have the name of it here. And before it didn't have the NEC bit at the end, so I'm thinking maybe it hasn't got it there either. No, because it's just saying HTTP robots.txt without the .nec. Just changing how I sit. Sitting too long is not good, right? Also, my bread will go stale if I don't eat it. It's already. Make sure you have. If you haven't already launched the attack box, and the question before where to list things. Well, that's why we Googled. So launch the attack book if you haven't already. After you ensure that you have terminated the VM from task 2,
the full script it is. Yeah, so we already run the date one. Let's copy it. Or let's just is this the right IP? Yeah. So what we want now is just a C, right? You will notice that there is a service listening on port 53. What is the full version value? So it wants this. There, just pasting. Based on its description, the script SSH num algos reports a number of algorithms for encryption, compression, etc. that the target SSH2 server offers. What is the name of the key exchange algorithms that relies upon SHA-1 and is supported by? So, since I already run one, we can just I'm just like N. Why are we doing N? Was it in the... Yeah. We have N in here. So that's why. So, I guess we'll just run it. So, I changed the script. And we're looking for SHA-1. So, just paste it there. Oh, okay. I guess we need to have it too. Saving the output. Whether you run Nmap scan, whenever you run an Nmap scan, it's only reasonable to save the result in a file. Selecting and adopting a good naming convention for your file names is also crucial. The number of files can quickly grow and hinder your ability to find the previous scan results. The three main formats are normal, greppable, and XML. There is a fourth one that we cannot recommend, Script Kiddie. Normal. As the name implies, the normal format is similar to the output you get on the screen when scanning your target. You can save your scan in normal format, but using -on file name, N stands for normal. Here is the sample result. And I guess that we will need to have this in the notes too. Let's see. Oh no. Oh, sorry. I just expanded by mistake. Because there were a line between that one. So these are... So I'm thinking, should we just put this like... This is also interesting not only for scanning a network, right? So, I won't put the least important thing at the top, right? I'll put it after where it was, and I assume it will have to have a big header. So, output. And let's like ON file name. There we have the note. And it's a normal format. OG. The greppable format has its name from the command grep. Grep stands for Global Regular Expression Printer. In simple terms, it makes filtering a scan output for specific keywords or terms efficient. You can save the scan result in a greppable format using OG file name. I'm just quickly adding it to the list. OG file name. Greppable format. It takes such time because I misspelled format. There, greppable format. The scan output displayed above is a normal format. It's shown in the console below is greppable format. The normal output is 21 line, however the greppable output is only 4 line. The reason to make it meaningful complete when the user uses grep. As a result, the greppable output, the lines are so long and not convenient to read. Meaning this is not a good way to me. Example of grep keyword text file. This command will display lines containing the provided keyword. Let's compare output to grep, normal output, greppable output. We'll notice the former does not provide IP address of the host, instead returned 80, making it very inconvenient if you're sifting through the scan results of multiple systems. However, the latter provides enough information such as host IP in each line. Okay. You can show several lines when you grep too, of course. But I'm more into looking at the main thing and just pasting it. So I'll finish my yogurt. There. So grab HTTP. Okay, machine IP. Grab HTTP machine IP. Scan. Okay. XML. The third file. The third format is XML. You can save the scan results in XML format using the OX file name. OX file name. XML format. I guess I'll do format after the normal one too. There. Script kiddie. The fourth format is script kiddie. You can see that this format is useless if you want to search the output for interesting keywords to keep the result, or keep the format for. However, you can use it to save the output of the scan. Display output file. Look. Who are not tech savvy. Oh my. So it just swaps around. Okay, I'll skip it from my notes actually. Answer the questions below. Terminate the target machine on the previous task and start the target machine for this task. Ooh, again. We didn't think of that. On the attack box terminal, issue the command. SP. Okay. Okay. So, pentester at home pentester 2 here. No, I don't want it here. Where do we put it? I don't really want them at all, but we need them, I guess, so. Well, I guess. Alright. I forgot I have to use a space afterwards. So okay, what's the password? THM. It's 7577. Okay. G, Nmap, and Nmap. And they're kind of long, not that we want to read manually. Check that attach nmap logs. How many systems are listed in the HTTPS port? Okay, so they want us to do the just grep HTTPS, I guess. Okay, so so if we cat, no, wrong machine, cat, right, and they want us to do it the other way. So let's do it the other way too. Let's grep yeah, this is not as good. This is not as good. I have to type the name. If I do this, no. Yeah, so the pattern is first. So that's why. HTTPS. And then we do SC. Yeah, okay. So, same output, much more complex for me. Because I'm not used to it, I guess. So using grep, just without piping cat to it. But I guess grep HTTPS is what I'm actually doing here too. I only supply the name to. So anyway, it's 3. The answer is 3. What is the IP address listening on port? So I guess they want us to try this on the non-greppable one too, right? So if we would run this on the other one, we would also get 3 results, but we will get no information about it. So we wouldn't know what hosts. So let's look for the 8089. Grep 8089 and file name. What is the IP address of the system? So if people had done this, they would have to do this the second time, right? So 172.17.20.147. So in this room, we learned how to detect running services and versions along with the host operating system. We learned how to enable traceroute, and we covered selecting one or more scripts to aid in penetration testing. Finally, we covered the different formats to save the scan result for future reference. The table below summarizes the most important options we covered in this room. SV, traceroute, script, SC, A. Alright, so A is not somewhere else in this list, but I guess, yeah, it also does the traceroute and the O. So I guess I could actually do A for mine. So I do SCV, SC, but this is not very interesting. It's not like I'm typing it. I'm just typing N and it all pops up usually, right? So let's on this one do I guess it's so hard to type nmap that I have to go up a million lines. We don't even have the same IP. So it would be kind of to not have to type the IP, right? We would do this. So if we do a CSV, all right, there, and run this. There, and let's compare this output with A. Or let's just add O first. Let's just add O. And there's only 22 open because we're just supposed to download files on this one. So the O also got the OS information here. And let's now do the A one. We also get from this networked instance, right? So if we delete all of these and just do the A, so time-wise, first, this was 2 seconds, 2.6, and then we have 14 and 14. So no difference with adding the trace route really. 14, this was even actually slower. So because it was slower, let's run this one again to make sure it's not just random chance. So this one was 2 seconds last time, 366. So this is much quicker, and we do get some information, you know, about that it's Linux and this OpenSSH version for Debian. So if we only do the O version, only the O, this is what takes the time. It's trying a million ways to find information, right? And it's not pleased. Though we have this. So we even had more information about the OS from the services. Than from the OS scan. So I will not hop over to A. I will continue to use this because this is quick and easy. We're at 252 now. So yeah, but we'll need to add A, of course, to the notes. Oh, so sorry for my nose itching like crazy. I don't know what this is, but let's... This is some kind of old notes. So... yeah, but this is the same as this one. So what I usually do Should probably be first, right? So right, I just realized we didn't add what I was intending to. So let's also add there. And it's not even in the notes on top, I think. PN. Yeah, it is, right. We have it like here, PN. Don't we? No? That's kind of funny. We've had 4 rooms. Is it not PN in here? I'm kind of sure we had it. I just must have missed to note it down. But this is what I usually do. Just not ping it. Oh well. Oh well. And more recently I've just been doing, because this has been so quick, so I have hopped this step and just gone all ports at once. The details are up here. Yeah, and here I did that. Yeah, AP. Okay, with the A. Okay. Slow. This is not mine. Someone said this. Oh my, yeah, VVV, oh my. I think VV is too horrible. Well, let's see. It kind of feels like we're done here, right? This room concludes the Enmo series of 4 rooms. Woohoo! And I added A. Normal, grabbable, XML. Alright, the old one. We'll need to add that one. They also skipped the other one from... We'll need to add the A1. So, all of the above. I don't expect to use that one. I don't expect to use any of them. Well, I guess that if you're like documenting everything, right? You might. If copy and paste isn't good enough for you. This room introduces the user to a few protocols commonly used, such as HTTP, FTP, POP3, SMTP, and IMAP. Yeah, so it's another basic one. I'm going to check with my family if there's any plans to do anything. Then we will just quickly do this one, I guess. Just a sec. Also, I'm getting some tea. And new water. And getting my plate down. So, I'm back. New water and tea. And I made some pizza for my youngest. Just, finish dough and putting the stuff on quick. Especially since he can do the rest himself. So, as always, people leaving well now get something. So, sorry. But I need some breaks. So we have a new room, and it's a very simple one. And I expect this one to be quick, so... we start stuff, we do telnet. So, my memories of actually using telnet long ago are kind of disappearing into well, it's SSH now, right? So the telnet protocol is an application layer protocol used to connect to virtual terminal of another computer. Using telnet, a user can log into another computer and access the terminal console to run programs, start batch processes, and perform system administration tasks remotely. Telnet protocol is relatively simple. When a user connects, they will be asked for username and password. Upon correct authentication, the user will access the remote system's terminal. Unfortunately, all this communication between the telnet client and the telnet server is not encrypted, making it an easy target for attackers. A telnet server uses a telnet protocol to listen for incoming connection on port 23. Please note that the telnet port is not open on the target VM. Let's consider the example shown below. A user is connecting to Telnet D, a telnet server. The steps are as follows. First, he is asked to provide his login name, username. We can see the user entering Frank. Then he's asked for the password. The password is not shown on the screen. However, we display it below for demonstration purposes. Okay, so they're just saying that they type it in like. Once the system checks his login credentials, he is greeted with a welcome message. And the remote server grants him a command prompt. Frank at Bento. The dollar indicates this is not a root terminal. So, telnet machine IP. So, let's continue. Although telnet gave us access, oh my god, access to the remote system's terminal in no time. It's not a reliable protocol for administration. As the data are sent in clear text. In the figure below, we capture the traffic generated by telnet, which is easy to find, a password. The figure below shows the ASCII data exchange between our computer and the remote system. The red, I guess we'll do this. The text in red is the text that we're sending to the remote system. While the text in blue is the text that the remote system is sending. Notice how the username was sent back, echoed at us to display them in our terminal. However, the password was not. In other words, if someone is watching us type, they won't be able to see the password characters on screen. But telnet is no longer considered a secure option, especially that anyone capturing your network traffic will be able to discover your username and passwords, which would grant them access to the remote system. The secure alternative is SSH, will we present in the next room. So, which port? Telnet. I'm forgetting it. When did we use Telnet? I used it yesterday or the day before actually, but I'm not remembering Telnet for it. It's 20. Isn't this a log? Can we see the port here? Whatever. I'll just look at my remembered by not remembering port use. Yeah, 23. I know it was 20 something low, but so HTTP. Hypertext Transfer Protocol. HTTP is a protocol used to transfer web pages. Your web browser connects to the web server that uses HTTP to request HTML pages and images among other files, and submit forms and upload various files. Anytime you browse the World Wide Web, it was a long time I heard that, right? You are certainly using the HTTP protocol. The image below shows a client requesting the HTML page, index.html, which the web server provides. World Wide Web makes me think words like multimedia, you know? Then the client requests an image, logo.jpg, and the web server sends it. Oh, hoo, hoo. HTTP sends and receives data as clear text, not encrypted. Therefore, you can use a simple tools such as Telnet or Netcat to communicate with the web server. And that's what I did a few days ago, and act as a web browser. The key difference is that you need to input the HTTP related commands instead of the web browser doing that for you. In the following example, we will see how we can request a page from a web server. Moreover, we will discover the web server version. To accomplish this, we will use the Telnet client. We choose it because Telnet is a simple protocol. Furthermore, it uses clear text for communication. We will use Telnet instead of a web browser to request the file from the web server. And first, we connect to port 80 using Telnet machine IP 80. Next, and there's a space. Nice to remember. We need to type get and right to retrieve edit full page. Finally, you need to provide some value for the host, like host telnet, and hit enter return twice. It's kind of funny because I think it was a roam just before this, right, that I did this in. In the console output below, we could cover the requested page along with a throw of information not usually displayed in the web browser. It's the page we requested is not found, we get 404. So, since I did this a few days ago, I'm not going to look into this much. Of particular interest is in the output is that the user needs to type a couple of commands to get the page they need. Oh, we need a HTTP server, a web server, and an HTTP client, web browser to use HTTP protocol. The web server will serve a specific set of files to the requesting web browser. Three popular choices for HTTP servers are Apache, IIS, and Nginx. Apache and Nginx are free and open source. However, IIS is closed source software and require paying a license. There are many web browsers available. At the time, I was thinking, will this be client? No. The popular web browsers are Chrome, Edge, Firefox, Safari. Web browsers are generally free to install and use. Furthermore, tech giants battle for a giant market share for their browsers. Launch the VM from the attack box, connect to the telnet to machine 80, and retrieve the flag THM. What does it contain? So let's go to the right screen, and I'm kinda interested in the notes I made a few days ago. Here. So, and we also did it with with Netcat. Is it this one or yeah? So here I have connected to FTP and to HTTP. So those are done nodes. Let's go to the machine and do it anyway, because we want the flag, right? I did click start the machine, didn't I? It was not started. So we'll have to wait for the actual IP before we can do anything. I should have realized when it's saying machine IP, right? Because it hops in here. So we can type the rest. So telnet, and then we need the IP, which will be there in 20 seconds. 10, 10, and then space 80, and I guess oh, now it's 20 seconds. 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. And I usually always start them. I think I clicked it, right? I think I did. So there we have the IP. So 100.116. So, let's scroll up here. So I was right. I did exactly this one, but I think it might not have started yet. I'm just a bit wanting this quickly. So instead of this, we want this file. Let's use this as a copy paste field to edit it. So we want the flag there instead of this one. And I'm cutting that out. Oh, sorry. I was just using this field to edit the get. So cut that and try this again. And now we connected. Started. We use this and 2 enters and we get the page. Let's see. Bad request. So let's try index 2. Oh, on the wrong page. So what did I do? There. Telnet 10, 10, 100, 116, 80, and let's see. We get a bad request. Let's type it then, I guess. Get. Let's try index.html. Though I think it should work. There were things that didn't work before. So, did I not type the right name before? We'll see. Yeah, that's definitely wrong. Get. I'm just looking for the text, but it was further down. So, flag dot thm, right? and is port 80, is this IP, THM, and I copy pasted them before, and now I'm typing them in case, just in case. So it's HTTP / 1.1. So why do we get a bad request? So here we're getting a reply. I'm very curious now. Why? So we got this file and we have the flag there, but I'm curious because this is not how we're supposed to get it, you know? Let's see if we can find the reason. Let's start by looking at my notes for when I actually did this and had a successful result. With Telnet. So I just did exactly the same. I did there I did just slash, you know, and I added 200k. Let's try just that for this one too. We can do that. So again, we telnet and we do get. If this doesn't work, you know, it's odd. That too is a bad request. So something is kind of off here. I'm actually terminating the machine. And we're starting it again. And I'm not going to stress about it this time. Instead, let's continue to the next one and try this one in a bit when it's time to start. So, FTP, File Transfer Protocol, was developed to make the transfer of files between different computers with different systems efficient. FTP also sends and receives data as clear text. Therefore, we can use a telnet or netcat to communicate with an FTP server and act as an FTP client. In the example below, we carried out the following steps. We connected to an FTP server using telnet client. Since FTP listens at 21 by default, we had to specify our telnet client to attempt connection in port 21 instead of the default telnet port. We needed to provide the username with the command userfrank. Yeah, when I tried this myself, you know, I didn't have a username and password for the machine I tried it on. So, it's nice to try it more with the password. We can add this to the notes too. Because we supplied the correct username and password, we got logged in. The command like that can provide some added information. The sys command shows the system type of the target, Unix in this case, passive switch to passive mode. It's worth nothing that here are two modes for FTP. Worth noting. Not noting. Active. In the active mode, the data is sent over a separate channel originating from FTP server port 20. Passive. In passive mode, the data is sent over a separate channel originating from FTP client port above port number 1023. Interesting, because this Yeah, I've both seen other people having the. It's talking about passive mode, you know. The command, and I've seen it myself. The command type A switches the file mode, transfer mode to ASCII, while type I switches the transfer mode to binary. This is interesting stuff that we need to add to our notes, because I don't have it there, and not that I use FTP a lot, you know. I don't even have FTP notes. Okay, sure. Do I have it like in web exploration maybe? Nah. So it's supposed to be here in network exploration. Let's make FTP note. And then I have my example here in Netcat with FTP. And I can list the commands, and when I try to do things, it just tells me user and pass, and I didn't have one for this test. So now we can actually do it more better. So basic FTP commands. Can I type right there? Why would I want to though? For use. It can be used with Telnet Netcat. So username, password, stat, syst, get system type info, passive, I guess. Yeah, I usually do 3 spaces because tabs don't work. If I tab here, it will hop there instead. So switches to passive mode, and then I'm actually going to copy the lines, both active and passive, and then we have type A, so I'm thinking, oh my, I spelled it wrong. Switch is file transfer to switches transfer mode to ASCII. Type I. Okay. Binary. I'm just looking for where it says switches transfer to binary. However, we can transfer a file using a simple client such as Telnet. Create a separate connection. We cannot Transfer files with telnet. Let me see. Since separate connection is created. I'm thinking, should I add another port? But I kinda, well, I guess why not? So, and also, let's so why did I type cannot? Looks kind of funny. So telnet to it, log in, switch into ASCII mode. So we can do all of these things. The image below shows the actual file transfer would be conducted using FTP. To keep things simple in the figure, let's only focus on the fact that FTP client will initiate the connection to FTP server, which listens on port 21. All commands will then be sent over a control channel. Once a client requests a file, TCP connection will be established between them. Beyond the scope. Well, considering sophistication of the data transfer or FTP, let's use an actual FTP client to download a text file. We only need a small number of commands to retrieve the file. After logging in successfully, we get FTP prompt FTP to execute various FTP commands. We use ls to listen files and learn that. And I tried ls, or like, was it like list in the FTP commands for that? Let's go back here and we can open this in a new tab, and this is what I mean. Yeah, there was something, I tried the list, but I was not logged in, you know. So now we can test more things when we have a login and see what we can see there. So we could always do telnet first. To retrieve a file after logging in successfully, ls list file. We switch to ASCII since it's a text file, not binary file. We get file name to get it. FTP servers, FTP clients use FTP protocol with various FTP server software that you can select if you want to host your FTP server. Well, they're not mentioning Total Commander. Why? For FTP clients, you can use FTP clients such as also some web browsers also support FTP. Because FTP sends some browsers, don't all do that. Because FTP sends login credentials along with the commands, and the file is created in clear text. FTP traffic is easy for attackers too. Using the FTP client, connect the VM. Yeah, I was thinking they want us to get a file, right? So let's start with connecting the basic telnet way. And then we switch over. So, since I can avoid typing, let's. So now we actually have the username, Frank. There, I typed something by mistake, I think. No, pass. I'm going to copy the password. And I'm going to make sure I only have the actual text here in the notepad there, so I don't have any odd things And let's paste that. And we have login successful. Nice. So let's do stat. And let's do syst. It's type ASCII. So meaning we wouldn't have to switch if we would be able to transfer. We can also see what type it is. And then we have PASV to switch to passive mode. I guess why not do it? Entering passive mode. Let's also do help and see if we can figure out what is switching back. So let's do ACCT. Not implemented. I was thinking that might be active mode, right? Mode. So list. This might be trying to create a separate, to like send a file list as a file, I guess, or something. I don't know what they're doing. So if we do help again now, we're not really there anymore. So it's kinda bye-bye. So this shell didn't go very well. Let's copy this. I shouldn't have used list. That kind of killed it, right? So if we copy this, my god, what's wrong with my mouse? So, sorry. So, let's look at this one. I said quit, and I didn't have to use caps. So quit goodbye should be the normal way to end this, right? And we have the numeric codes here too that I didn't really notice.
Patrick says, you should always using bin and FTP to get the file, when using ASCII it doing translation between different computer formats like CRLF, Windows World, to just LF, Linux World.
Yeah, you know, I used to use FTP, well, back in the day, you know. Actually, when I worked at Compaq Support, we had an FTP server where people could download the drivers and stuff from. I'm that old, sorry. Yeah, so it depends on what you want. If you want it to translate the text format, you might actually want that, you know. That's why we're told that we should use text format for it to translate. So not always use binary, but use it depending on what you want. If it's a binary file, you want binary, right? And if it's a text file, you might want the new lines and stuff converted. So, because you know, I've uploaded web pages and stuff too with that long ago. So, I was kind of thinking, should I just ugly copy this? We could do that, because I don't want to start another one. and connect again. So let's just uglify it in there. Also showing that this works. Did this one even have a quit? Yeah, there is a quit one. Yeah, so let's see. On the VM, if we go down here and do quit, might we actually hop out? Right, yeah, we did. So let's get the actual message. Sorry, tapping on the wrong machine. So that one said goodbye, but this one just there. So now let's use FTP. There. Let's see. And of course FTP would know what port FTP is. I'm just thinking, let's try the things they did. Just so we have it in the notes. That's why we're doing it. And if I was doing this room without anyone watching, you know, I would have just run through it. So I'm kind of doing it in case someone is watching or will be watching in the future that don't know these things. So that's why I'm more thorough for them. But if you have information to teach me more things, I'm grateful. So 10, 240, 43, and it was Frank. I actually had a colleague called Frank once. Okay, I'll type it this time. D2 XC 9 C there. So login successful. Type Unix. It's checking and it's telling us. So they wanted to do ls, so let's do ls. Right, we have a file to download too. So yeah, and they wanted us to switch to ASCII, so let's do that.
LSL.
You want me to LSL? I'm not sure if it works here, you know, it's still a full listing. You can't do options. I know you can do like ls and do a subdirectory name. So if you do ls mail there, we should see that. Yeah, and there's more directories there. Let's look at the help here, right? Because there are several different ways to get things, and their suggestion is to just get, but I know there are more than one get. So we have mget. I think mget is the one you can do recursive, right? So if we wanted to just get everything, and this is in, yeah, tshmn map, so I don't spam something with files. So what if we would let's notes. Oh gosh, it's allergies. My eyes are itching. And I have eaten allergy pills. It's the springtime. So let's search here for. I think it's just if I go mget, right? No, this is not what I'm looking for. This is just lots of box. This might be too. It's just yeah. So I didn't find it this way. So I'm going to Google FTP. Is it mget? I don't know. So Microsoft. Retrieve multiple files from a remote server. Maybe I could just do star or something. Copy a single file, use get. Copy multiple files, use mget. You can supply a series of individual file names. You can use wildcard characters. Yes, but I want the all, get them all. Let's just try star and see what happens. So I should have just tried instead of Googling, I guess. Mget star. Get mail there. Yes. Failed to open file. Extended passive mode. And that's support number then, I guess. Mget readme. Should I say A for probably all instead, maybe? Let's try A. So it couldn't get me. It might be that there are no files on this. I'm kind of curious now, but I don't want to spend all day on that. So we can save that to another day. So, warning. Files may not have transferred correctly. So, if we just open a new one and we'll look at it. We got the readme too. Let's start with the. It's a very, 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 very nice file. Lorem ipsum. So let's get this one here, I guess. I did not click right click. My mouse might be dying. It might just say bye bye. We'll see. So we confirmed that star did work, but I think it might have tried to download it as a file, the directory, not knowing it was a directory. So we could always click the first link here to Microsoft. Might be better. Remote file. AB. Yeah, so whatever. There. So I think my first web page.
I think you have to provide some flags when starting FTP to get rid of them JAWSing every time. Or set that option in FTP command line.
Yeah, possible. But I don't mind the questions though. I kind of like to let it ask and I can decide. The only thing here was let's just scroll up. No, it's over here, right? The only thing is A and N for no, P for Q for what? Quit? What could P be? We're in passive mode, this can't be passive. I'd like more information, that's the only thing. But I think that we could also do like help and get multiple files. That's not very helpful. So what if we do mget help? Nothing, because it's trying to get a file called help and it's no file help. could help. Yeah, I don't need to dig in this anymore. What I'm going to do is to copy it, and we probably want also the exit. I think it's just exit here, right? So if we copy this.
Help Mj.
Yeah, that's what I did. Here. Sometimes you can get more information by... let's just go up to the top. By including more information or changing it. So that's why I did it the other way around, too. Right, we don't need to actually switch screens because the notes are on the same screen. So here, and this need to be SH2, of course. So this bit is not useful because LSL apparently didn't do anything. So switching to ASCII mode, and then we can ls a sub there without entering it, which is nice. I don't want to look in all the directories. Here there might be something to show like all the tree. That's what I'm thinking. That might be useful. FTP 3. Okay, there are options. Oh my god, that's annoying. This popping up. So, what would be the fastest way to recursively retrieve entire directory list of the FTP server using whatever? I don't need to download any files, just directory file names. Basically what LSR does. The best way we can do this is, okay, we get spider, no, remove listing FTP. I guess we can try this, just to try it, right? We have FTP on this one. This will create empty directories. No, I don't want that. No. You probably need to use a real FTP client on the FTP. Find questions. Okay, so we're not going to do that. Someone said we get our FTP. So did they say they wanted retrieve? No, they want a listing. They don't want the directories. Oh, whatever. Let's just skip that. So we have notes on this. Let's just make sure that there's nothing we don't need here. We supplied login password. We did ls. We ls another directory. We did help. We tried this, and I tested a few different. The A1 could have been a port, but it was not, because it got the file. And let's see. Oh, power out in my ear. Hello, it said. Battery full, that's nice. So, this is okay, you know. That was just to have an example here. Just so we have an example. Now, where is SMTP? Simple Mail Transfer Protocol. Email is one of the most used services on the internet. So do you know where my first email was? It wasn't a BBS actually. Oh my god, was it FidoNet? Was ABC something? Oh, I don't remember it even anymore. That's kind of funny. Email is one of the most used services on the internet. There are various configurations for email servers. For instance, you may set up an email system to allow local users to exchange emails with each other. Alright, I used Pine then. With no access to the internet. However, we will consider the more general setup where different email servers connect over the internet. Email discovery over the internet requires the following components: mail submission agent, mail transfer agent, mail delivery agent, mail user agent. And this is new to me. I guess I have not cared deeply. I've never set up on my own mail server, like, you know, except for ISP ones, where you don't really do anything, you know. It just itches from removing the earbud.
FidoNet BBS using Userbotics Query modems.
Yeah.
Yay.
Yeah, and I had an IBM XT. Do you know those? This. Cool.
Yes.
That's fun. And a few years back, when my kids came, I threw it out. I think I just threw it out in the trash, you know, like, went to the dump with it. And that's so sad. I would have liked to have it back now. It was like no damage or anything. I think someone said just a keyboard was kind of expensive now. Why? I do have an Amiga 1200 with an 060 in the attic though, if it works. And a CD and an external hard drive, and it was like a whole mess on the table there. Not that I don't have a mess on the table with the PC, but, you know. So, I actually started with PCs, and my hubby wanted to do Amiga stuff, so I got an Amiga. You may set up an email system, and I read this. More general setup, where different email servers connect over the internet. The above four terms may look cryptic, but they are more straightforward than they appear. Cryptic, transfer, delivery, well, yeah, I guess. So, now they're using the short names that no one remembers from reading them once. So, this is funny. Very funny. So, I'll have to go and look for all of them. Mail user agent. Okay, so the user agent is on the computers, the PCs, of course. Then, we have a 1. Then we have MSA. Mail submission agent.
Lord Denver Gortash says, hello.
Welcome in, Lord Enver Gortash. Welcome in. Hope you're having a great day. So I'm confused by the numbers, and, you know, is it saying that MUA, which is number 4, or the numbers here have nothing to do with this. This is just the order things happening in. So, okay, disconnect. MSA is the mail submission agent. And where is it? It is on this server on one side, but it is what's receiving then, I guess. Then the mail transfer agent is what sends it through the internet. And then a MTA here, mail transfer agent, is what transfers it through the internet. And MDA, delivery agent. So MSA and MSA and MDA are both communicating server to user, right? and these are just communicating on the network. Looks logical. The figure shows the following 5 steps that the email needs to go through to reach the recipient's inbox. Mail user agent, MUA, or simply an email client. Has an email message to be sent. The MUA connects to a mail submission agent, MSA, to send its message. The MSA receives a message, checks for any errors before transferring to a mail transfer agent. Yeah, so there's a communication there internally in the machine to the MTA server, commonly hosted on the same server. Yeah, but it doesn't have to be. But kinda in the same location. The MTA will send the email message to the MTA of the recipient. The MTA can also be function as a mail submission agent, MSA. Okay, so these could be integrated into each other then. So well, this was kind of the step above here. Oh, whatever. The typical setup would have an MTA server also functioning as a mail delivery agent. Yeah. And the MSA, I guess. It's all in the same. The recipient will collect its email from the MDA using the email client. The both steps sound confusing. Consider the following analogy. Now they're going to complicate things, right? You want to send a postal mail. The post office employee. No, let's just skip the complications. In the same way, we need to follow a protocol to communicate with an HTTP server, and we need to reply on email protocols, talk with MTA and MDA. Very logical. The protocols are a simple mail transfer protocol and a post office protocol. It's not very often you hear this written out. POP. POP sounds too great to change it to whatever it stands for, right? An IMAP. Internet Message Access Protocol. We explain SMTP in this task and will elaborate on POP3 and IMAP in the following 2 tasks. Simple Mail Transfer Protocol is used to communicate with an MTA server because SMTP uses clear text. Actually, I'm going to copy this and I'm going to in the notes, should we have several for these? Let's make a note that's like email theory, and I'm just putting the link there for now. So I just put it like that. So if I'm thinking like I remember that I had a good source for this information, where was it? I want to explain it, or I want to remember something. In the same way, we need to so so because SMTP uses clear text, where all commands are sent without encryption, we can use basic telnet client to connect to a SMTP server and act as an email client, MUA, sending a message. This is kind of cool, right? I've never done this, so I've done the other ones. SMTP server listens to port 25 by default. To see basic communication with SMTP server, we use telnet to connect to it. Once connected, we used Halo hostname. Halo. And start typing our email. Wow, that's cool. That's so cool. Let's make a note. That's called SMTP, right? If I don't have one, I don't think I do. Right, so SMTP. let's have basic facts, like what it's actually. Lesson on part 25 by default. So I'm thinking, let's just scroll down to the rest of the page. It's not much. After hello, we use mail from to indicate the sender and the recipient. Then we send our email message. We issue the command data and type our message. We use crlf, enter to input in simpler terms. The SMTP server knows now queries a message. Generally speaking, we don't need to memorize SMTP commands. The console output above aims to help better explain the typical mail client does when it uses SMTP. So, connect to the SMTP port VM or flag you can get. Okay. So, I guess, is it in like this start information? Because we're not going to send a message, right? With this level of uncomplexity. So I'm going to clean up a bit in the let's switch over so you can see. Let's clean up a bit here. I think we have everything copied, and we had a new one that was MD. And this one too. We don't need a million fronts, right? Terminals, consoles, whatever we would call them. So let's telnet to our IP. Telnet 10 240 43 and port 25. And there it is, that I expected it to be in like the start information. But we want to play with it too. I'm just pasting it in so we have it done. There, so now let's see. If we do, so the hello one, let's actually see if we can get help here. No. So hello, it might have been something else too, of course. So hello, they're using just saying telnet, so I guess it's I'm curious. So mail from 1 to 3. No, not mail. RC PT 2 456. Receiving address rejected. User unknown in local recipient table. Nice. So from we can set to anything. But RCPT 2 colon. If we do nothing, yeah, it doesn't work. That's nice. In their example, it's just as okay, right? So let's say RCPT 2, and this is what could possibly work here. They don't want us to do it more, but I want to test it. Can we do like test?
Patrick Ong says, and we are still using this protocol as bad. We quit only using ASCII, and our 8-bit files have to be encoded with uencode/base64, and it grows 30%.
Yeah. That's funny. Very funny, actually. That test. Relay access denied. Cool. So what if we do an actual email? So it realized that was a possible email address, but it couldn't use it. So if we do I need a colon too. If we do like Sophia at, and you're allowed to mail me if you want. It's not secret. So fix@42.com. Let's see. Relay access denied. So I guess it's because it's not really have any access to the internet at all. So nothing helps to make it work. But we can do. Let's just see if we type data now. Yeah, because we need a valid recipient first. So let's just exit, quit, and we try again, and let's do exactly what they did. Hello telnet, and if it's not, it's just not set up to be able to even test, right? Mail from colon. Yeah, so they didn't add anything there. It just said okay. I guess they've been removing information. So this example is just an example and we can't do anything. So I'm just going to copy this as the example because I can't make my own. Which is kind of sad, right? I would prefer to test it all myself, not just get the header. Maybe we would have even gotten this if we used Nmap. Oh, that's horrible. Let's just first try that. Yeah, so if I do this and this and then we SH it there. I'm just scrolling, checking that I didn't miss anything. There's not much information in this, right? It's the commands, they're all there. Data, we can queued as well. The enter.enter is kind of obvious, right? Subject, and then we do enter. It's in the notes there. We must make a new line to hop down here. This is funny. I know it's 19 because my reminder popped up, right? Don't forget to do some for Hack Me. So I'm kinda... I would like to know more, but let's continue. And I'm thinking I will do this room finish today, hopefully. I'm making a new note called POP3, and I guess we'll actually add the name of it. You know, I did make the email theory one. I put this one here, but let's also put it in the places, because there were more information, you know? So I usually put links on top, so it doesn't disturb the other stuff. And let's put it on top here too. So let's check this one out. Are used to download the email messages from a mail delivery agent server as shown in the figure below. The mail client connects to the POP3 server, authenticates, downloads a new email message before optionally deleting that. The example below shows
POP3 next using user and pass command using port 110.
Yeah. So let's read it in the right order. The example below, so it's the same image. I don't know why they added it again, but the example below shows what a POP3 session will look like if conducted via a Telnet chat client. First, the user connects to POP3 server at the POP3 default port 110. Authentication is required to access the email messages. The user authenticates by providing the username and password. Using the command stat, let's see, stat, we get the reply OK based on RFC. Positive response to stat has the format plus OK NNMM, where N is the number of email messages in the inbox and MM is the size of the inbox. Okay. The command list provided a list of new messages. So list 1 messages on the server and retrieve the first message in the list. We don't need to concern ourselves with memorizing these commands, however. It's helpful to help strengthen our understanding of the search protocol. Let's see if we can do it, and if you can't, then we have tried at least, right?
Have done this a lot in the past at internet support at Telia, to remove users' mail. Smile.
Okay. Okay, cool. So, to remove users' mail when they were no longer a customer then? To pop. What response? Okay, so we should remember the responses, but of course we will. Yeah, so this we will get automatically when we try it. So it's intended that we should try it, which means that we probably can use it, right? So telnet 10, 240, 43, 110. Okay, hello there. Isn't it cute?
No just spams and none empty mailboxes.
Okay. So, you should just delete people's mail. I don't think, spam and non-empty mailboxes. So people were not supposed to have mail there? Right? They were supposed to delete them? I'm curious.
Delete command.
Yeah, but I mean, if my ISP deleted my mail, I would go crazy. You get what I mean? I can't just delete people's email. There must be a reason. If you find spam, that's one thing, but not to delete everything, right? So hello there. We're supposed to do user. Let's try. Well, okay. Again, user Frank. So I'm supposed to not be slow now because it's disconnected.
No, you empty POP3 and leave IMAP.
So let's see. Control C. Oh, that's so annoying. I added Shift 2. That's why. Control Shift C in the browser is not a smart thing to do. So we have pause. Okay, logged in. So now we're supposed to do stat. And it seems not to care about the... Okay. So list.
Empty? Translated from Polish.
Yeah, I'm actually going to try, just to make sure. Yeah. We don't have anything to retrieve, you know, so the next one is kind of boring. Yeah, there's no number, there's no messages. We can't... why couldn't they set it up so we could get the same nice output like this, right? Why? Wouldn't it have been nice? Would it have been that hard to do it? Why? I don't get it. I don't get why we can't have nice output as they do. You know, you learn from doing, not from reading. So I just pasted this in here. That's what I did. So we have all the commands.
You could mail via SMTP.
But you want to get your mails through POP, right? So,
Wise. Translated from French.
So then you don't want to delete people's mail. Or you meant that you went into SMTP and what? The example above shows that the commands are sent in clear text. Using Telnet was enough to authenticate and receive an email message. As a username and password are sent in clear text, any third party watching the network traffic can steal the login credentials. In general, your mail client will connect to POP3 server, authenticate, and download message. Although the communication using POP3 protocol will be hidden behind a sleek interface, similar commands will be issued as shown
Do
in
you
the
get
Telnet
into
session.
command line in this box?
No, I think it's just that we try these different things. We'll see, but I think it's just trying IMAP and then we're done. So we're just trying with Telnet to communicate with them. And there's not actually, they don't seem to be set up to work, you know? When we tried just creating a mail, we couldn't use even a real email address, we couldn't use a test one, we couldn't use nothing, we couldn't do anything. And their example had nothing, and then you said, okay. So they don't seem to have any connection to anything, or, you know, I guess they wouldn't want us to be able to send emails from there to the internet anyway. But still, I'll have to try setting up my own mail server. I'm sorry, my nose itches so from the allergy. Yeah, so I copied this, I pasted this in the notes, but I didn't read all of it, I think. Third party watching can see it in general. All the communication process will be hidden by a sleek interface. Similar commands will be issued as download session below. Above. Based on default settings, the mail client deletes the mail message after it downloads it. So default behavior can be changed from the mail client settings. Yeah, and I always keep it up there, you know. Downloads emails again from another mail client. Since I use both my phone and my computer, different things, I have the mails sorted on there. It the same mail account of multiple clients using POP3 is usually not very convenient, as one will lose track of read and unread messages. To keep all mailboxes synchronized, we need to consider other protocols such as IMAP. Yeah, so go to the VM. What is the response to stat? It was, let's go back to the bags. OK 00 plus OK 00.
Have you test the user pass and name with SSH or do some port scan into the box? Like Elite Hacker smile.
Yeah, but I feel I just want to do this quickly to continue to more interesting stuff. That was my thought on this. There are 0 email messages. I think this is so sad that they couldn't have done it more fun, you know? So I just want to finish this junior penetration testing one, because the Nmap ones that I did before this were very basic too. So we were disconnected now from the telnet. Internet message. Right, we need to make notes. So for the notes, we want the name. We want the URL to this one. In case we want those details that we're not getting, because we probably never look at it that way. It's more sophisticated. Then POP3, it might make it possible to keep your email synchronous across multiple devices. In other words, if you mark an email message as read when checking your email on your smartphone, it will be saved on an IMAP server replicated to your laptop. Let's take a look at the sample IMAP commands. Mail is always a bit of a mess, right? It's and my tea is probably drinkable now.
Left some great mail with some love. How easy it was before to connect to SMTP and POP3, to spoof the email address and so on.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently I could type anything there as the sender email. I should just type anything. Didn't check that one. It's kind of warm in here. So let's just see. It's 19. Yeah, cause I have Gar's event later. No, that was not what I intended to do. I was just going to open another one. One second. So, I managed to make it not be noisy. Nice. 2 seconds. So I want to just pre-check a bit who's online for later. So, so I made a note on IMAP. Let's read it.
Now we using TLS and so on to connect. You can use OpenSSL to do the same, but now more secure and encrypted.
Yeah, Yeah, hopefully. Hopefully. Why is it so warm in here? Let's see what temperature. I thought it was going to be a cold day outside. I have to see. So it's supposed to be just like 9 degrees outside. Not very warm. Well, so what weather do you have? Is it nice weather? Tomorrow it's supposed to be sunny. Let's take a look at IMAP commands.
70 degrees Celsius in Hudding.
Yeah. So we're kind of close. So we'll probably almost have like the same one. I just checked the YR app for. I think you actually have the tab up still. Yeah, here. So weather is going to be better tomorrow. Oh, and look, Sunday will be nicer. It's still just 17, right? I always use their weather. It's kind of nice. I made a Python script to get the numbers too. We'll see if I integrate it into my little assistant thingy. Maybe that image too, because it's nice, right? I like this one. And this seems to update since yesterday. It keeps updating. And that's my birthday. So we'll see. Maybe tomorrow or during the weekend, depending on how much I do with my family tomorrow. There'll be like a birthday stream, I guess. I'm thinking of the robot. We need to get the robot arm. We need to do that programming, right? Need to get it working. Not just build it. So let's take a look at the sample IMAP commands. In the console output below, we use telnet. Authenticate this. Oh, it's really warm here, seriously. Each command to be preceded by a random string to be able to track the reply. So we had C1, C2, and so on. I'll try and do the same. We'll see what works. Then we'll listen our mail files using list before checking if
My was on Sunday but was more rain day smile smile.
What's on Sunday? You mean your birthday? If you just said your birthday, then congratulations. Oh, so congratulations on your birthday. Grattis för födelsedagen.
Checks.
So I'm kind of thinking, oh, I'll turn off all the lights now, cause
52.
Oh, 52. Okay, so you're 3 years. You have 3 years more than I do. So next year, I guess I'll celebrate more, probably. We'll see. So we're almost the same age, almost the same place. Nice. Because I realized you're not like a toddler from you knowing, stuff about old stuff. I'm thinking, should I even read this, when we list our mail files using a list before checking if we have any new messages. We don't need to memorize these commands, the same as it is said for all of them. It's clear that IMAP sends login credentials in clear text, as we can see in the command. Yeah. Anyone watching the network traffic would be, would they know it? So, what is the default port used by And we have 143 up here. So I guess let's do it anyway, you know. We're not doing it to answer the question. We're doing it to learn. So let's again telnet to the same, but actually just another port. 143. Okay, capability. I'm up. Children in space. Thread. Okay, so it's kind of the same as they have. And they just type login, and I'm going to go lowercase again, and I think it works. Frank, and I guess I'll type the password. XC. The sad part is that if I type it many more times, I will learn it. You know, I don't want to learn this thing. There. No error in IMAP command. Okay. No error. I guess it's saying this doesn't exist, right? That was the cutest thing. I'm going to actually copy theirs. Yeah, it's supposed to be C1 first. C1. But I'm not typing it again. It was annoying enough to type it once. So let's paste it. So C1 first. It requires each command to be preceded by a random string to be able to track the reply. Okay, so the C1 will have a C1 at the
I think
reply.
you have to provide session token.
Yeah, so that's kind of what we could do like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 as this, but they were just doing C1, C2, but it's a random thing. So the next one they're using C2. C2 list. So to look at the text there, then we listen to our main mail folders using list. Before checking if we have any new messages. So if I scroll down on theirs, yeah, they have C3 for this is to be able to connect these together. So we could do C3 or we could do whatever, but let's be logical. That's a nice thing. So examine. Is this really the command? So I'm not typing the output. Examine inbox. So flags, draft answer flag deleted since sent. Okay, read only okay. And what they do next is to log out. So, well, I guess there are lots of commands there, and they're a bit too complicated to do by the command prompt. That's what I get from that. So, no error. We can't log out. No, because we need the C for log out. So, command received. It doesn't get it at all if we don't do these. So let's actually copy our own now. Now we actually have... Oh, that's so annoying. If we copy this one... Sorry. There, and put ours here instead. But... let's remove the bad tests here. That one was bad, and so I had to restart it, right? It kind of disconnected. So I had to restart it, and then it's correct there from start. And this looks kind of exactly like theirs. So we're not getting anything extra from if we would use theirs. So, yep. Yes, it's like exactly the same, just this thing is different. Compared. So, we already answered the question. This room covered various protocols, their usage and how they work under the hood. Many other standard protocols are of interest to attackers. For instance, server message block (SMB) provides shared access to files and printers between networks, and it can be an exciting target. However, in this room intends only to give you a good knowledge of a few common protocols and how they work under the hood. One room, or even a complete module can't cover all the network protocols. Yeah. The port numbers, let's make sure they're all in my port list. So where's the port? Here, port use. So I have 21, 80 of course. I don't have 143, so let's add 143 here. Yeah, and it's TCP. I just wanted to check that it's TCP, all of them. I'm assuming, because of this kind of communication, but still. So I'm up, and then we have 110, POP3 is already in my list. SMTP, yeah, it's already there, and the only one that has capital letters, I'll change it. SMTP, there, and then we have Telnet also already in my list there. So these are just like some basic parts. But there was one I had not before, which was IMAP. By this you completed the 7th room of network security. Please proceed. Well, when we click complete, I guess we will end up there. So, yeah. Okay. So they're just saying these were covered before. But I'm kind of thinking this is enough for today, because in 1.5 hours I have Gar's event. So, Patrick, maybe you want to go or join the Discord? It's kind of nice. So Gar's Discord. Yeah. So we'll continue with this one. Probably not tomorrow. So I still have the search up here. So let's see. The notes looks nice. And if I just update this one, let's see who's online. A lot of people apparently. So
Bro.
Oh, sorry. Well, you could hear a voice. Did you recognize it?
Buy like the FTP command then.
Right, right. So I'm just checking out first who's online. And you can watch me checking out who's online. So I don't know who this is. No, let's do. I'm going to copy his name and do the raid. There. Oh, and the icon looks right. So thanks everybody for being here, and thank you for learning with me, teaching me stuff, all the things, keep me company. And hope you have great weather tomorrow, Patrick. So I'm actually going to not wait all the time out there, so bye and thanks very much. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Yeah, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Oh, look, wait a sec here. He raided. We have a problem. Because I wouldn't want now. Yeah. So let's look at this one again. Maybe we should give this one a raid instead. Yeah, we'll have to see that it's said English. Oh, we could do finite. Let's do finite. It's not a big one.
It applies.
But I don't like raiding someone I've never seen stream, you know. I prefer to know who I'm raiding. That's typical. So okay, we'll do another raid. And I was just saying bye, and then it's just. Well, I didn't click the raid. It was like 1 second from doing it. So I should actually have his running here. So Finite's doing lots of cool stuff. He's making the blur plugins and all the things for streamers. So let's just raid him. So bye bye again. Second try. Let's hope he doesn't raid. I don't think so.
But I don't know if that